Chapter 119. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy. The group of elders sat silently, their expressions either cold, gloomy, or heavy. Clan leader Guobo sat on the main seat, unable to conceal the worry in his eyes. 3 days ago, a river-swallowing toad appeared near the village at the foot of the mountain. This toad seemed to have swam upstream from the Yellow Dragon River, and unintentionally landed here. It is currently blocking a river channel and sleeping inside. If we let it go, the village will be in constant danger. Elders, do you have any good ideas to drive this toad away? The clan elders looked at each other, no one spoke for a moment. The river-swallowing toad was a rank 5 GU with great power. When it opened its mouth, a river would flow. If this matter was not handled well and it was angered, half of Qing Maro Mountain would be flooded, and the entire village would be washed away. After a long silence, Guo Lian spoke. This matter is very serious and needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Once the news is leaked, there might be people with ulterior motives sneaking in and provoking this river-swallowing toad to harm our Guo clan. Elder Kai Lian is right. Guo Mo Chen nodded. Although he was Guo Lian's political enemy, at this crucial moment of life and death for the village, he completely let go of his prejudice. After a pause, he continued, there is another more serious situation. Once the river-swallowing toad floods Qing Maro Mountain, the wolf nest will be submerged. To escape, the wolf pack will naturally migrate up the mountain. At that time, the wolf tide will erupt earlier. We will have to fight with countless wild beasts for living space on the mountain top. The clan elders heard this. Their faces turned pale. Guo Bo added in a heavy tone, everyone, don't forget the foundation of our village. Back then, the first-generation ancestor established the village here because of the spirit spring beneath our feet. Once the water floods Qing Maro Mountain, this spirit spring will be destroyed. What should we do? Sigh, even if we resist the beast tide and survive on the mountain top. After the flood recedes, the spirit spring will disappear, large numbers of beasts will die, and the surroundings will become barren. Our cultivation resources will be severely lacking. If we're going to die together, why don't we ask for help from the Xiong clan village and the Bai clan village? We're all 3 grasshoppers tied to the same string. I don't believe that they won't do anything. The elders whispered to each other in panic. Some people were already thinking of asking for reinforcements. It's too early to ask for help now. Guo Bo shook his head and rejected the idea immediately. Now is not the most difficult time. Back then, when the first-generation ancestor had just established the village, a rank 5 blood river python attacked the village. He was killed by the first-generation clan leader. Compared to the blood river python, the river-swallowing toad is much cuter. It has a gentle temper and doesn't offend any mortals. Only when it sensed the aura of other GU worms would it be vigilant. Only after suffering heavy injuries would they become enraged and spit out water. By chance, I once heard the previous clan leader mention this. There are rumors about the river-swallowing toad. In the hall, Guo Bo spoke with fervor and assurance. The voice was slow. All the elders listened attentively with nervous and flustered expressions on their faces. He couldn't help but relax. As expected of the clan leader, Guo Yaroji sensed the change in the atmosphere and looked deeply at Guo Bo, praising in her heart. According to what Lord Clan Leader said just now, driving this river-swallowing toad away is not a difficult matter. An elder said. You can't say that. Guo Bo shook his head, these are only rumors. I haven't seen it with my own eyes and there's no evidence of it. This is an important matter and cannot be careless. I think we should send a group of GU masters to try it out. All the elders nodded. Guo Lian said, to do this, only my Kai faction can do it. If he can't do it, I'm afraid no one in my clan can. Everyone knew who Kai Lian was talking about and agreed. Clan leader Guo Bo smiled, since it is so, then let's send the Kai Shan group. It was the beginning of autumn and the weather was gradually cooling down. Fang Yuan sat alone by the window in the tavern, quietly tasting his wine. The manager of the tavern stood beside him, bowing and groveling. Shopkeeper, a few days ago I asked you to inquire about bitter shell wine. Have you found anything? Fang Yuan asked. Fang Yuan was only lacking a portion of bitter shell wine to refine the liquor worm. However, bitter shell wine was hard to find, and because of the red steel relic Gu, he was the center of attention. Wherever he went, people would point fingers at him. Thus, he couldn't inquire about the bitter shell wine. It was only in these few days that the commotion gradually subsided. Maybe after extreme misfortune comes bliss, Fang Yuan unintentionally found some clues about the bitter shell wine. The shopkeeper quickly replied, reporting to young master, "The bitter shell wine you wanted me to inquire about, someone had drunk it in by Clan Village. The raw material of this wine is a kind of shell from deep pools. This kind of shell was completely black, and there were circles of white veined patterns on the shell, like tree rings. We call it bitter shell. Ordinary shells can be brewed into pearls. It swallows the sand and stones in the water, but can only dissolve the sand and stones, turning it into bitter water. Someone pries open its shell and obtains this bitter water, using it to brew wine. The bitter shell wine brewed is both bitter and fragrant. It is very unique." Fang Yuan heard this and slightly raised his brows. "That means, by Clan Village has this bitter shell wine?" The shopkeeper quickly bowed. "I can't guarantee it, I only heard people talking about it occasionally. But to be honest, Bai Clan Village is truly famous for its white liangye. This wine, together with my clan's green bamboo wine and Xiong Clan's Beargor wine, are known as the three wines of Qing Mao. Bitter shell wine. The servant felt that even if Bai Clan Village had it, it wouldn't have much. Even if it doesn't have much, I still have to search for it." Fang Yuan thought. But this matter was troublesome. Bai Clan Village had been showing signs of rising these years and was starting to shake Gua Village's position as the traditional overlord. If Fang Yuan entered Bai Clan Village without permission, he might be killed by the patrolling Bai Clan Jiu masters before he could even see the village's main gate. But even so, Fang Yuan still wanted to try it. After all, this bitter shell wine was much more reliable than the green wormwood wine that was 100,000 li away. Coming back to his senses from his thoughts, Fang Yuan found the old shopkeeper was still standing beside him. He waved his hand. "All right, you can leave, there's nothing for you to do here." The old man did not leave, his face showing a hesitant expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. Finally, he gathered his courage and said, "Young master, can you take back this wine tavern? I and all the other workers want to work under you. You don't know, once the old owner returns, he will take away half of our remuneration. Just by relying on such a small amount of prime val stones every month, it will be very difficult for us to support our families." Fang Yuan shook his head, his face expressionless. "I have already sold this wine tavern to him. According to the agreement, I can't take it back. Moreover, I don't want to run this wine tavern business. You can leave." "But, young master." The old man stopped in his tracks. Fang Yuan frowned unhappily. "Remember, I am no longer your young master." He had raised the salaries of these people. He only wanted to stir up their passion for work, to use them for himself. But these people thought he was easy to talk to, so they pushed their luck. Right now, he could only rely on selling vitality leaves to be self-sufficient. And he had always been troubled by the bitter wine. Why should he take back the wine tavern for these people? "But young master, we really can't live on any more. Please be merciful and have pity on us." The shopkeeper plopped down, kneeling on the ground. He begged bitterly. This noise immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding customers. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He casually picked up the wine jar on the table and smashed it on the shopkeeper's head. There was a cracking sound. Immediately, the jar broke, wine splashed everywhere, and the old man's head was bleeding. "You really think I don't dare to kill you? You blind thing, scram." Fang Yuan's eyes were cold. The shopkeeper was agitated by this killing intent, and his body trembled. He suddenly woke up and hurriedly retreated. No matter which world it was, there would always be a group of weak people, begging for the charity of the strong, shamelessly and inappropriately. It was as if helping them was the demeanor of the strong, and not helping them was the wrong thing to do. Weak people should act like weak people, either accept their fate and be lowly like slaves, or work hard and keep a low profile. The help that the strong gave to the weak was just charity when they were in a good mood. The weak didn't work hard, shamelessly begged the strong, and still wanted a result, entangled. Then they deserved to be rejected. People who were willing to be weak, and didn't work hard, and only wanted to beg the strong, were not worthy of sympathy. Shopkeeper, hurry and bandage the shopkeeper's wound. The waiters surrounded the old man with dirty blood all over his face, and were in a mess. The old shopkeeper was just a mortal, even if he was killed on the spot, it wouldn't matter. With this ending, the surrounding customers felt bored, and retracted their gazes, continuing their conversations. Did you know? Something big happened recently. You mean that river-swallowing toad? Who doesn't know about this now? This is a rank 5 GU worm. If we don't handle it properly, we might face the danger of the village being exterminated. I heard that this river-swallowing toad feeds on water. When it is hungry, it opens its mouth and directly swallows a river. If it gets angry, it can flood Qingmaro Mountain, and its power is extremely terrifying. We might all die. Then what do we do? Sigh, let's see how the higher-ups of the clan handle this. We can't escape anyway. Where can we escape to? In the wine shop, there was a panicked and confused atmosphere. River-swallowing toad her. Fang Yuan listened, smiling in his heart. Fear was contagious, and the more it spread, the more fearful it became. Actually, the river-swallowing toad was very gentle, and was not scary. It loved to sleep, and people often saw the river-swallowing toad drifting in the river. They would often lay on the water surface with their white bellies facing upwards, sleeping soundly. Sometimes when they woke up, they would swallow the river water to fill their stomachs. After they were full, they would continue sleeping. They had no interest in fighting and killing, and if they met an enemy, their first reaction would be to escape. Only when they were in a desperate situation, and could not avoid it, would they brazenly retaliate. They had great battle strength, and when they opened their mouths, they could spit out a long river. The river water engulfed the land, and in an instant, it could create a swamp country. This river-swallowing toad should be asleep. Following the Yellow Dragon River, it unintentionally entered a tributary, and was brought to the foot of Qingmaro Mountain by the waves. Fang Yuan guessed the truth. Chapter 120. It is said that every river-swallowing toad has a river in its stomach. Fang Yuan did not use the river-swallowing toad in his previous life, but this GU left a deep impression on him. This all originated from one person. A normal person, a servant. In his previous life, 200 years later, an extremely special GU master appeared, Jiang Fan. His existence made GU masters' jaws drop, and mortals fought to spread his name. Once he appeared, he became a legend. What made him was a river-swallowing toad. Jiang Fan was originally a family servant who managed a fish farm on behalf of his master. One day, a river-swallowing toad was stranded on the riverbank, its belly facing upwards, its head raised, sleeping. Jiang Fan was shocked and scared at first, but slowly, he felt that the toad was not dead. Why was it not moving? The toad corpse blocked the upstream river, causing a lot of trouble for Jiang Fan, who was in charge of the fishing ground. Jiang Fan tried all ways and means to move this toad corpse away. He was just a mortal. How could he move such a heavy river-swallowing toad? The master was cruel and harsh, and if he could not complete the quota every month, he would lose his head. Jiang Fan did not dare to report it. Not long ago, there was a person who did not complete the quota, and reported a legitimate reason, but was killed on the spot by the master. As the deadline approached, the toad corpse continued to block, greatly affecting his profits. Uncontrollably, Jiang Fan became more and more panicked, his temper becoming more and more irritable. Although he knew he could not move this toad corpse, every day he would go over, punching and kicking the toad corpse, crying and throwing a tantrum, venting the fear and anger he felt before his death. But one day, the river-swallowing toad suddenly woke up, opening its sleepy eyes and staring at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was so scared his legs went soft. The river-swallowing toad was half asleep, still lying there like a corpse. After a long while, Jiang Fan regained his composure. He was no longer afraid. A person who was about to die. What was there to be afraid of? He climbed onto the river-swallowing toad's belly, raising his head and lying down, looking at the starry sky. Toad, oh Toad. Are you like me, on your last breath, about to die. How would he know the habits of the river-swallowing toad? Looking at the river-swallowing toad's half-dead state, he thought that it was also on its last breath. Tears streamed down Jiang Fan's cheeks as he spoke. The river-swallowing toad squinted its eyes, listening to Jiang Fan's words and also looking at the starry sky. For the next few days, he laid on the soft white belly of the river-swallowing toad, crying and talking at the same time, pouring out the pain and depression of a mortal. Finally, the deadline was reached. The steward came down from the village and came to his fish farm, wanting to collect the fish. Where would Jiang Fan find the fish to hand over? With no other choice, he could only say that he needed time to tidy up, and then ran to the river-swallowing toad to bid farewell. He patted the river-swallowing toad's belly. "Old toad, I didn't expect that I would die first. Being able to meet you can also be considered as fate. I hope that your last days will be better." At this moment, the river-swallowing toad moved. Jiang Fan jumped in fright. The river-swallowing toad's movements were getting bigger and bigger. He hurriedly jumped down. Thump! The river-swallowing toad flipped over, its belly facing down and its back facing up. It was finally fully awake. Jiang Fan's entire body was drenched, and seeing this scene, he stomped his feet in anger. Old toad, so you can move. Ayaya, you've killed me. If you had moved a few days earlier, I wouldn't have to die." The river-swallowing toad ignored his words. It woke up and felt hungry. Half of its body was submerged in the water, then it opened its mouth and began to swallow the river water to eat. This scene caused Jiang Fan to be dumbfounded. He watched in shock as the water level of the river dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Large amounts of river water were sucked into the river-swallowing toad's stomach, but its stomach did not expand at all, as if it was a bottomless pit. After a while, the river-swallowing toad leisurely stopped eating. The river water level had already dropped to a very low level, and the riverbed that was filled with mud was mostly exposed. Standing at the bottom of the river water only reached up to the knees. Jiang Fan stood at the riverbank, dumbfounded. The river-swallowing toad looked at him, and suddenly burped. Then its stomach expanded and contracted, and its mouth opened wide, spitting out large amounts of freshwater seafood. Fish, prawns, turtles, snails, eels, crabs, everything. The river-swallowing toad only ate water as food, and did not eat these freshwater seafood. It spat out all of these things. At this moment, the sky looked like it was raining freshwater seafood. In the blink of an eye, these freshwater seafood piled up into a small mountain. Jiang Fan saw this, and jumped 3 feet high in joy. He shouted, I'm saved, I'm saved. These fish and turtles are enough for me for 3 months. Old toad, it's all thanks to you. He collected the freshwater seafood and handed it to the steward. The steward was shocked and suspicious. How could there be so much? He quickly reported, and the GU masters in the village also noticed the change in the river water. After investigating, they quickly discovered the river-swallowing toad's existence. This is a rank 5 GU. The village was in a state of panic, and a large group was formed to chase the river-swallowing toad away. Jiang Fan did not want the river-swallowing toad to be harmed, and these days, he had treated the river-swallowing toad as his only friend. He knelt in front of the GU masters, begging in pain. How could GU masters put this mortal in their eyes? He kicked him away, and was about to kill him. But at this time, the river-swallowing toad rushed over. It was unknown if it treated Jiang Fan as a friend, or if it felt that keeping Jiang Fan by its side was more interesting and could relieve boredom. In any case, it made its move. It carried Jiang Fan on its back, and spat out a river that engulfed the whole village, submerging half the mountain peak. This battle shook the entire southern border. From then on, Jiang Fan's name spread throughout the 10,000 mountains. With the river-swallowing toad by his side, he had a rank 5 GU. One had to know, even a rank 5 GU master might not have a rank 5 GU. Rank 5 GU masters were rare, and even in the entire history of the Guyue clan, there were only 2. One was the first-generation clan leader, and the second was the fourth-generation clan leader. But he, Jiang Fan, did not even open his aperture. He was just a mortal, but he raised a river-swallowing toad. His existence shook the Jiyu master world. Afterwards, Jiang Fan stayed at the original village. He built a village. He was tolerant towards people, and had sympathy towards mortals, and was determined to build a village where everyone was equal. A village without oppression. He became a flag, and the surrounding mortals in the village all rushed towards him. They all wanted to attach themselves to him. But in the end, he was still assassinated. A mere rank 5 river-swallowing toad could not make him a true expert. He was after all not a Jiyu master, and after he died, the river-swallowing toad also left. The Jiyu masters razed his village to the ground, and massacred all those daring mortals. Jiang Fan used his mortal body to challenge the entire society's system, and naturally incurred the wrath of the Jiyu masters. I wonder if in this life, because of my influence, Jiang Fan will still appear. The reminiscence ended. Fang Yuan laughed. But Kai Shan could not laugh. His face was gloomy, and he returned in defeat. The villagers at the foot of the mountain had been waiting for the Jiyu masters to solve this problem. But even the great Gua Shan himself could not solve this problem. This caused the panic in the villagers to spread rapidly. It reached a peak. They dragged their families, carrying bags of all sizes, and rushed to the village. They naturally did not dare to barge into the village, so more and more villagers knelt at the village's entrance, begging for the Jiyu masters to show mercy. Let them in. In the hall. What? Such a group of lowly commoners, daring to surround the entrance. Outrageous, they are getting more and more daring. Kill them all. The punishment hall elder roared. Medicine hall elder Gua Yaroji's face was also gloomy. Although these lowly commoners deserve to die, killing one can serve as a warning to the rest. Killing a few that are not pleasing to the eye can disperse this group of people. But it will be a joke to the other villages. Guyue continued, the crucial point now is not this. If even Kai Shan cannot awaken this river-swallowing toad, who else in our clan can? Looks like we really need to ask for reinforcements. Xiong clan is known for their strength. Sai, for the village's safety, asking them to help, even if we have to pay a small price, it is worth it. These words gained the approval of the other clan elders, and even clan leader Guyue Bo was moved. Clan leader and various clan elders, Junior has something to report. Guyue Shan stood in the hall, listening to the clan elder's words. He suddenly bowed and spoke. Guyue Bo nodded. He had an admiring attitude towards Guyue Shan. Kai Shan, what suggestions do you have? Just say them. Kai Shan did not reply, but asked instead, Lords, to awaken this river-swallowing toad, must we rely on one person's strength? Guyue Bo said, according to what the previous clan leader mentioned, the river-swallowing toad has a gentle temperament, and loves to sleep. Even if its body is awakened by someone, it will not get angry. Thus, we ordered you, who has the greatest strength in the village, to awaken it. But the result was a failure. Kai Shan then said, then, clan leader, please bestow me a brute force longhorn beetle GU. With the strength of this beetle, along with Junior's innate strength, I can definitely awaken this river-swallowing toad. You absolutely cannot use the strength of a GU worm. Kai Shan had just finished speaking when an elder immediately rejected his request. The aura of a GU worm will attract the vigilance of the river-swallowing toad. If this toad feels threatened and goes berserk, who will be responsible for the result? That's right. Guyue Bo nodded. If you use a GU worm, even if you awaken the river-swallowing toad, you will not be able to obtain its recognition. You must be alone, and rely on your own strength to awaken it, only then can you obtain its recognition. GU are the essence of heaven and earth, but their habits are similar to wild beasts. Wild beasts have their own territories, and when wandering beasts encounter the beast king of this territory, they will often engage in a battle. The winner takes the territory, while the loser roams. The formation of the beast tide is also based on this habit of wild beasts. Strong beast groups will invade the surrounding territories. The weaker beast groups will be dragged out, forming the early stage of the beast tide. To drive the river-swallowing toad away, one must start from this habit. The river-swallowing toad is docile, and does not like to fight. As long as it acknowledges the ability of the beast king of this territory, it will retreat. Thus, Using GU worms is not possible. The aura of the GU worm will be sensed by the river-swallowing toad, and the consequences are unpredictable. Gathering everyone's strength is also not possible. Once there are too many people, even if the river-swallowing toad is pushed, it will not leave. Because this is the strength of everyone, it will not accept an unfair victory. Thus, the clan leader let Kai Shan make a trip. This is because his physical strength is the strongest in Gua village. So that's it, I understand now. Kai Shan finally understood the whole story, cupping his fists. Since it is like this, then Junior will recommend a person to the elders. This person's strength is even greater than mine. Oh, who is it? There is actually such a person, why do we not know? Kai Shan, don't keep us in suspense, quickly say it. This person is Gua Fang Yuan. Kai Shan said a name. Chapter 121. Gua Fang Yuan? Hearing this name, the clan elders looked at each other. But they knew this person. In fact, ever since the beginning, Gua Fang Yuan's name had been ringing in their ears. Especially after the awakening ceremony, when he started his GU master cultivation, this kid became even more troublesome, often causing trouble and attracting attention. Oh, I remember him. Some time ago, this kid sold his parents' inheritance and bought a red steel relic GU, right? An elder suddenly realized. Gua Lian and Gua Mo Chen heard this and their expressions turned ugly. If the red steel relic GU was used by Kai Shan or Mo Yang, it could help one of them reach rank 2 peak stage, and they would be able to contend against Gua Qing Shu. This was reflected to the higher-ups, and whether it was the Mo faction or the Kai faction, it was a political victory. But who could have thought that this prodigal kid would ruin their plans? But speaking of which, this kid does have some strength. Back then on the stage, he broke the Jade Skin Gu's defense with 2 punches and beat Fang Jing to the ground, becoming the top scorer. An elder recalled. This time, it was clan leader Gua Bo's turn to show a trace of embarrassment. Gua Fang Jing was specially nurtured by him. Fang Jing's failure, in a sense, was his clan leader's failure. As long as one entered the system, anyone would be labeled as a faction. There were neutral factions in politics, but there was no such thing as a faction-free person. But in terms of strength, I'm afraid his strength cannot compare to Kai Shan's, right? Kai Lian asked suspiciously. Kai Shan replied respectfully, clan elders might not know, but Fang Yuan not only bought the red steel relic GU, he also bought a black boar GU. These few months, he has been buying wild boar meat to feed the black boar GU and increase his strength. Once, I saw him moving a huge rock on a hill, measuring his strength. Once, I saw him moving a boulder on a hillside to measure his strength. But from what I saw, I don't know how much strength he has at his maximum. But from what I saw, I know his strength will not lose to mine. I see. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to have grown to such an extent. Gua Bo nodded. Then let's order Fang Yuan's group to try again. Hearing this, the Internal Affairs Hall elder stood up from his seat with an awkward expression. He stood up and said, Lord Clan Leader, please allow me to report. This Fang Yuan is currently alone and has yet to join the team. What does that mean? Gua Bo frowned slightly. It's like this. Ever since the first beast tide, the group he was in was almost completely annihilated, and he was the only survivor. The Internal Affairs Hall elder replied. Even if that's the case, why didn't you include him in the reorganization? An elder asked curiously. Sigh. The Internal Affairs Hall elder sighed deeply. I've also warned him about this, but he has no intention of joining the team. To be honest, I don't like this kid. He's the best at playing tricks. I'm afraid he's lost his fighting spirit after inheriting that inheritance. Playing tricks? That's impossible. If he doesn't have a team, how can he complete the clan's monthly missions? An elder asked suspiciously. The Internal Affairs Hall elder's face completely darkened. He takes on the mandatory missions every month. But he fails every time. His track record is the worst I've ever seen. Almost all of them are mission failures. I've talked to him a few times, but he's still doing things his own way without any remorse. But he didn't violate the clan's rules, so I have no qualms in punishing this kind of stubborn and crafty kid. The elders looked at each other. They had never seen a younger generation who didn't seek to improve himself. The more missions he failed, it meant that his future in the clan was smaller. This kid is muddle-headed, simply stubborn and crafty. He's destroying his own future. If I have such a mischievous younger generation, I'll directly slap him to death. All right. Guyuebo raised his hand, stopping the elder's whispers, his expression unreadable. Guyuebo's gaze looked around, finally stopping at the Internal Affairs Hall elder. Enforce the order, Guyue Fang Yuan, go to the river Swallowing Toad and let him help. This kid is stubborn and unruly, and is used to being free and undisciplined. He needs to be polished. If he fails, we can use this to punish him. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. The Internal Affairs Hall elder quickly replied. The wine tavern was bustling with noise. Do you know, just now, the clan sent the Kaishan group to the foot of the mountain, but they returned in failure. The villagers at the foot of the mountain are blocking the entrance of the village, kneeling on the ground. These lowly commoners have no knowledge at all. What is the river Swallowing Toad? It's a rank 5 GU. Do they really think they'll be safe hiding in the village? Although they said so, the atmosphere of panic was getting thicker and thicker. These GU masters were forcing themselves to calm down. Fang Yuan listened for a while longer, but there was no new information. Just as he was about to leave, a person walked into the wine tavern. His body was tall and sturdy, and his upper body was scarlet red with bulging muscles. It was Guyue Shan. The discussions in the wine tavern immediately stopped, and countless gazes landed on Kai Shan. Kai Shan did not care about these gazes, only sweeping his gaze around and seeing Fang Yuan. So you're here. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to Fang Yuan. Let's go, the clan has already given the order, we'll talk about the details on the way. First, follow me to the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, he could not refuse such an order. Moreover, even if he faced the river Swallowing Toad, the danger was not high, so he nodded and agreed. Only after Fang Yuan and Kai Shan left the wine tavern, did the wine tavern become noisy again. Shopkeeper, the heavens have eyes. Look, this karma came so quickly. That is a rank 5 GU worm, even the other GU masters are helpless against it. He is so young, wouldn't he just be throwing his life away? I had thought that young Master Fang Yuan would be different from the other GU masters, being able to empathize with us servants' pain and suffering. To think you are the same. Die, there is no pity in dying. Shopkeeper, your injuries are not for nothing. You didn't suffer this injury for nothing, losing a GU master's life is definitely worth it. The old shopkeeper's head was already wrapped in white bandages, and right now he was groaning non-stop, weakly leaning against the wall. A few waiters surrounded him, trying to console him. A trace of resentment flashed in the old man's eyes as he listened to these words. Hearing these words, his mood became slightly better. But after listening for a while, he pretended to berate in a low voice, "All of you shut up, are these words something we can say? Aren't we afraid of losing our heads if other GU masters hear us?" The waiters laughed. "Shopkeeper, you are too careful. The tavern is so noisy, who would hear us talking so softly?" Just as they finished speaking, a GU master sitting closest to them interrupted. "I heard you." The expressions of the shopkeeper and the waiters changed drastically. They were terrified to the extreme. "Lord." The old shopkeeper did not care about the dizziness in his head, and quickly went to the GU master to beg for mercy. This male GU master raised his hand, stopping him. "What you said is very good, I like it. Fang Yuan, this little bastard, his death is not to be regretted. Say something like this again, if you say it well, I will reward you greatly." The male GU master took out a yuan stone, and smacked it. Smacking it on the table. If Fang Yuan was here, he would recognize this person. It was the healing GU master from the small beast tide. Fang Yuan used the girl he loved as a shield, blocking in front of him. Because of this, he hated Fang Yuan deeply, and had not been able to resolve it. The waiters looked at each other in dismay. One of the more daring ones stared at the yuan stone on the table, his eyes staring straight at it. The male GU master's 3 companions, however, frowned, but they could not persuade him. He could only listen to the few employees scolding Fang Yuan as they fought to outdo each other. Early autumn. A beautiful scenery. In the forest, the leaves were deep and shallow. The green leaves reflected the yellow leaves, and the yellow leaves faintly contrasted with the red leaves. In the paddy fields, patches of yellow rice grains rippled with the autumn wind. In some lush green vegetable fields, the tender leaves were fresh and delicious. Fang Yuan sped along the mountainside, following the Kaishan group to the foot of the mountain, and saw this rank 5 river-swallowing toad. Its body was huge, like a small mountain. It laid in the riverbed, blocking the river. The river upstream was filled with water, about to overflow. But downstream, the flow was almost cut off, with only a small amount nourishing the riverbed. The river-swallowing toad's belly was facing upwards, snow-white and delicate, covered with a layer of luster. Its back, on the other hand, was the color of a clear blue sky. It was also smooth, without the warts on a normal toad's back. It was currently lying down, snoring loudly. But it did not snore, sleeping peacefully and gently. Feeling its aura, the 2 liquor worms in Fang Yuan's aperture shrunk into a ball. The black boar Gu swept away its cheerful mood, flying very low. The moonglow Gu residing in his right palm retracted its light. Only the spring-autumn cicada was still sleeping peacefully. Fang Yuan also kept the moonglow Gu into his aperture. As long as he did not activate these Gu worms, their aura would not leak out. Placing them in the aperture was very safe. Fang Yuan, the rest is up to you, Kaishan said. On the way here, he explained most of the situation. Fang Yuan also approved of this method. Of course, the simplest method was to use the spring-autumn cicada. As long as the rank 6 Gu worm's aura leaked out, this river-swallowing toad would flee in panic. Of course, this was also because the river-swallowing toad did not like to fight. If it was a violent Gu like the blood river python, the spring-autumn cicada's aura would cause it to go berserk and attack crazily. Fang Yuan stood on the riverbank, trying to push it. The river-swallowing toad's skin was slippery, giving him a feeling that he could not exert any strength. Adding on its heavy weight, it did not budge at all. Are you sure you can do it? Crimson Castle said sarcastically. Fang Yuan ignored him, saying to Kaishan, although I have the black boar Gu to increase my strength, but in terms of strength, I am only slightly stronger than you. But to move this river-swallowing toad, it is not impossible, I still need your help. How? Kaishan immediately asked. Fang Yuan said slowly. Kaishan showed a trace of doubt, then, aren't we cooperating? Even if the river-swallowing toad wakes up, will it still acknowledge you and willingly admit defeat? Fang Yuan laughed, you don't have to worry about this. As long as you are a bit further away, making it unable to sense you, it will naturally work. It is after all a Gu worm, don't think it is that smart. Chapter 122. The autumn air was crisp and clear, the sun shining brightly. The blue sky was clear and clean like a crystal. The wind blew gently, ruffling Fang Yuan's hair. Looking from afar, the nearby villages were already sparsely populated. Nearby, the hill-like river-swallowing toad was in deep sleep, stuck in the riverbed. Fang Yuan stood at the riverbank, and compared to this rank 5 giant Gu, he was like a monkey beside an elephant. Fang Yuan's state of mind was calm, without a trace of nervousness. He thought to himself, I have used the white boar Gu and black boar Gu to temper my body and raise my strength. With the strength of 2 boars, in addition to my own strength, I can surpass 5 to 6 adults. But to wake this river-swallowing toad, I would need the strength of 2 bulls. With just my own strength, I can't do it. But, as long as I borrow the strength of the waves, it's coming. Swish swish swish, Fang Yuan turned his body to look, and saw a wave coming, the calm river water welcoming a turbulence. The waves became bigger and bigger, continuously slamming against the river-swallowing toad, creating waves that soared to the sky. Fang Yuan had only stood for a while, but his body was already drenched. He did not care, and began to push the river-swallowing toad with all his strength. The river-swallowing toad was still in a deep sleep. It was originally a Gu that lived in the rivers and lakes, and the attacks from the waves were too common to it, and could not wake it up. Following the wave's momentum, Fang Yuan worked hard for a while, and finally pushed the river-swallowing toad away from its original position. The lower the river went, the wider the river bed became. Adding on the water flow on both sides, it made it easier for Fang Yuan to push. After pushing for about 300 meters, the river-swallowing toad opened its sleepy eyes. A pair of dark green pupils. From a dazed state, it gradually became focused, and stared at Fang Yuan, who was beside it. Fang Yuan had no fear, and stared back at it. From its deep and serene pupils, Fang Yuan could clearly see his own reflection. Jiang Ang. The river-swallowing toad raised its head, and suddenly opened its mouth, letting out a weird croak. The croak spread. It reverberated in Qing Maro Mountain. For a moment, Fang Yuan felt his ears ringing. The river-swallowing toad lowered its head, its huge mouth sucking at the incoming river water. Hua hua hua. The river flowed more than 10 times faster than before. They all rushed into the belly of the river-swallowing toad. The level of the river dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Yuan stood beside the river-swallowing toad, and could clearly see the countless fishes, prawns, eels, and turtles. They were also sucked into the river-swallowing toad's stomach along with the river. Sensing the change in the river, Kai Shan's team rushed over. Seeing the river-swallowing toad eating, they were all moved. What a spectacular sight! Kai Cheng couldn't hide his astonishment. Did you succeed? Kai Shan looked at Fang Yuan. It should be. Fang Yuan nodded indifferently. The river water dropped lower and lower until it stopped flowing. The river-swallowing toad raised its head high again, its stomach expanding and contracting, spitting out countless fishes, prawns, turtles, and turtles. Pa, pa, pa. For a moment, a large number of freshwater fish fell to the ground. Crackling sounds could be heard. A fish was jumping on the ground, a turtle was thrown into confusion, a crab was moving horizontally, and then it was smashed by the falling freshwater fish. Fang Yuan didn't pay much attention at first, only looking casually. Suddenly, he smelled a trace of wine. Strange, why is there the smell of wine? Kai Cheng sniffed, his face full of surprise. It should be the 100-year bitter shell. The female GU master in the group pointed at a broken black shell the size of a millstone. This shell was as black as ink, and there were circles of white patterns on it, like the growth rings of a tree. Not bad. The bitter shell can turn sand and stones into bitter water. The bitter water in the 100-year bitter shell, through the accumulation of time, changes and becomes wine. The current clan leader of the Bai clan likes to drink this bitter shell wine. Kai Shan added. Without needing his explanation, Fang Yuan had already picked up this shell and started to collect the bitter shell wine. Not long ago, he was still troubled about how to obtain this bitter shell wine, but to think it would appear in front of him in this form. This was truly wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. The river-swallowing toad had almost swallowed all the water in this river. In the depths of the river, the 100-year bitter shell that was buried in the sand was exposed. Fang Yuan quickly collected 600-year bitter shells. 2 of the shells were already damaged, but the other 4 were intact. I finally collected the bitter wine. With this, I can start to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. At this moment, Fang Yuan's joy was not enough to tell others. Jiang Ang. After the river-swallowing toad finished spitting out the freshwater fish, it called out again. Then it looked deeply at Fang Yuan, and slowly turned its huge body, following the river and swimming downstream. It really succeeded. Kai Shan mumbled, his heart finally calming down. He watched as the river-swallowing toad left, until its figure disappeared from his sight. What, to chase it away so easily? If I knew this, we could have done it ourselves. But now we let Fang Yuan become a hero so easily. Chicheng's mouth twitched, his tone filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Fang Yuan, no matter what, you have done a great service this time. You are the hero of our Guyue tribe. Kai Shan looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. Oh. Fang Yuan absent-mindedly replied, full of a perfunctory feeling. At the same time, his eyes shone brightly, as he continued to search for the 100-year bitter shell among the freshwater fish. What hero? It was just a compliment. and compliments and slander were just the views and opinions of others. Fang Yuan did not care about what others thought of him. You think you are, I will live my life. Hero? Coward? Haha, it's not even as practical as a bitter shell. The news of chasing away the river-swallowing toad immediately spread to the village. Guo said good 3 times, and the heavy atmosphere in the hall was swept away. Only the internal affairs elder had a complicated expression. He did not think well of Fang Yuan, and not long ago, he had criticized Fang Yuan. Now that Guo village was in danger, Fang Yuan stood out to resolve it. One after the other, wasn't this a slap to his face? Guo, Fang Yuan has done a great service in chasing away the river-swallowing toad. He will be promoted to group leader, and rewarded with 500 yuan stone. Guo muttered to himself for a while, before giving this order with deep meaning. In the tavern. What? Fang Yuan actually succeeded. Strange, he is just a newbie, how could he chase away a rank 5 GU? Even Kai Shan had to return in defeat, but he did it, the news spread. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan became our clan's hero? This. The male GU master who had enmity with Fang Yuan was at a loss when he heard the news. His group leader suddenly shouted, pointing at the tavern's shopkeeper and the waiters, "You mere mortals. Slandering our clan's hero, you deserve death." Before he finished, he sent out a moonblade. The old shopkeeper did not expect his death to come so suddenly. The moonblade hit his neck, and his head separated from his body. Lord, spare us. The waiters saw this, and were stunned, before kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Group leader, what are you doing? The male GU master stood up. What am I doing? His group leader's eyebrows twitched, sighing heavily. Times are different now, ahai. Fang Yuan has become a hero, and will definitely be noticed by the higher-ups. Tell me. If the matter of us slandering him is spread out by someone with ulterior motives, what will happen? There are many investigative GU masters here. If there are people who don't like us and speak ill of us to the clan elders, our future will be ruined. The male GU master broke out in cold sweat. The male GU master broke out in cold sweat. It was indeed so, the clan's kinship was paramount. Fang Yuan was dealing with rank 5 GU worms outside, risking his life to protect the clan. But at the same time, they slandered him in public, cursing him. Insulting him. What kind of mentality was this? This was the heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog, heartless and indifferent. It was like a period of history on Earth. Yu Fei was fighting outside, protecting his country, while Qin Hui was a traitor in the imperial court. Although these GU masters had not reached the stage of framing him, if this matter was spread out, would the clan's higher-ups be at ease with people like them? If it was Mo Yang or Kai Cheng with a strong background, then so be it. Unfortunately, the few of them didn't have any superiors to rely on. Climbing up in the system, it was nothing more than people squeezing and stepping on each other. If this matter was used by others, it would have a terrible impact on their future. It's not too late to save them, as long as we show our attitude, outsiders won't say anything. These mortals have cheap lives, their deaths are not worth pitying. No, they can sacrifice themselves for us, it is their honor. You guys take action immediately, each of you kill one, after you kill, praise Fang Yuan, show your attitude. The clan leader shouted. Damn it. The male GU master cursed fiercely, between hatred and his future, he chose the latter without hesitation. A moonblade slashed down, and a shop assistant died tragically. Sir, please let me go. At once, the other shop assistants collapsed on the ground, scared to the point of peeing their pants. The male GU master did not care about them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he righteously pointed at these pitiful shop assistants, scolding, "You bunch of people deserve to die." What kind of hero is Guo Fang Yuan, relying on his own strength to protect the clan? What kind of courage did you eat? How dare you slander him? The male GU master said, his brows tightly furrowing. This expression was not fake. Fang Yuan was someone he hated deeply, but he had to praise Fang Yuan in front of everyone. He felt sick and disgusted by his own word. Sir, this is not what you asked us to, A shop assistant felt extremely wronged, shouting loudly. But he had just shouted halfway when his voice stopped abruptly. A moonblade flew over, cutting him to death. A bunch of lowly commoners, it's fine if you slander us, but you still want to put the blame on us, implicating us. The one who attacked was a female GU master, her face cold as she shouted. The other GU masters looked over, as if they were watching a farce. Some sneered, some were indifferent, some continued to talk, but no one came up to stop them. So what if some mortals died? At most, they would just compensate some servants. Everyone was a clan member, they were all relatives, they would not interfere or pursue the matter for these outsiders, creating a rift for no reason. #happy smiley #carrot. Chapter 123. The Guyue Tribe. Xiong Li stood at the top of the hill, looking at the Guyue stronghold in the distance, a complicated expression on his face. The autumn wind was cool and refreshing, blowing gently. At this moment, autumn had dyed the entire mountain range. The leaves were a mix of red and yellow, and wild fruits were everywhere. Only the green spear bamboo, as green as jade, still stood upright. Once upon a time, the Guyue clan was like the green spear bamboo on this mountain, evergreen all year round, the #1 overlord. But now, he seems to be in dire straits. Xiong Li's lips curled into a mocking smile. But very quickly, he thought of his own clan's stronghold. The smile on his face flattened, and his heart became heavy. The rise of the Bai family village had already broken the old balance of Qing Maro Mountain. The traditional hegemon, the Guyue clan, was weak, and the Xiong clan village was not doing well. This had caused the power structure of Qing Maro Mountain to be in a state of turmoil. Xiong Li knew that the only reason this problem had not completely erupted was because Wolf Chao was suppressing him from above. The three mountain strongholds had to work together in order to survive this wolf attack. Therefore, they had tacitly chosen to cooperate and temporarily put aside their past grievances. Once the wolf wave passes, the old structure of Qing Maro Mountain will be broken. By Ning Bing, it has only been a few years, but he has already reached rank 3, truly terrifying. The figure of a white-clothed youngster appeared in Xiong Li's mind. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. It was extremely heavy. He, Xiong Li, was the #1 rank 2 GU master in Xiong village. He had fought dozens of battles in his life and won more than he lost, establishing his reputation. Possessing the Grand Bear GU, when unleashed, he would have the strength of a bear, and was known as the strongest man in Qing Maro Mountain. He had been in the martial world for a long time and had personally witnessed Bai Ning Bing's meteoric rise. He understood how terrifying this person was. Team leader, that's the Guyue knockoff. It's still so far away, so why are we stopping here? Xiong Lin clasped his hands together. He held the back of his head. He asked curiously. In this group of 5, Xiong Lin was the youngest, a newcomer who had just debuted. He was the same age as Fang Yuan and was the #1 genius of the Xiong clan. He was short and had a shaved head. It looked white and shiny in the sunlight. Xiong Li's gaze swept over the rising star of the family, and his heavy heart eased a little. He replied in a deep voice, "We are on a diplomatic mission, not a reconnaissance mission. This is already the border of the Guyue clan. If we enter rashly, I'm afraid we'll be treated as enemies." "Oh, I see." Xiong Lin suddenly understood. "We've come here for 2 reasons. One was to hand over the Lord Patriarch's personal letter to Patriarch Guyue. The other was to investigate the river swallowing toad incident. Guyue village. After all, it's not our place. When we get there, all of you better control your bad temper. However, we absolutely cannot let down the prestige of our Xiong clan. Do you understand?" Xiong Li glanced at the 4 people around him. He shouted softly. The other GU masters' expressions turned cold as they nodded silently. "Leader. Someone is coming." The investigative GU master in the group suddenly spoke. "We've been exposed for so long, it's about time for them to come. I just don't know who it is, eh? So it's Kai Shan." Not long after, Xiong Li also discovered the Kai Shan group, and his gaze shone. "Wow. That person is so tall, his Kai Shan? He's even taller than leader Xiong Li. This body of muscles, piece by piece. Leader, He's that person with great natural strength, the one who always wanted to snatch the title of Qing Mao Mountain's strongest man? Xiong Lin stared blankly. Chimph, just based on him. Xiong Jiang, who was observing, curled his lips in disdain. Xiong Li. Kai Shan. The distance between the two groups shortened to 50 steps. The two leaders met face to face, and their gazes were so sharp that sparks seemed to fly in the air. Seems like this time, you're the Xiong clan's special envoy. Kai Shan snorted. He had fought with Xiong Li many times. That's right. Is the Bai clan's special envoy here? Xiong Li's expression was steely. Why ask so much? Follow me. Kai Shan was on guard, slightly turning his body as he invited. At the same time, in the second secret room, 4 jars of wine were placed in front of Fang Yuan. Sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy 4 types of wine. The sweet was the golden honey wine, the spicy was the white grain liquor, the sour was the bayberry wine, and the bitter was the bitter shell wine. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. With a thought, the 2 liquor worms flew out from his aperture. The process of fusing the 4 flavors liquor worm was slightly different from normal fusing. Under Fang Yuan's will, the 2 liquor worms burrowed into the bayberry wine jar. In the bayberry wine, they began to fuse. A white ball of light was produced in the wine jar. The bright light rushed out from the mouth of the jar, and shone on the top of the wall. Fang Yuan threw yuan stone into the wine jar. 1 stone, 10 stones, 50 stones. When it reached the 100th stone, the ball of light shrunk to the size of a fist, and floated in the middle of the wine jar. At this time, the bayberry wine had been used up. Fang Yuan picked up the second jar of wine, and poured the golden honey wine that was as thick as oil into it. Under the immersion of the honey wine, the white ball of light suddenly expanded to its original size. Beads of sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead. He had to maintain the fusion of the 2 liquor worms' consciousness, so multitasking was very taxing. He continued to throw yuan stone into the wine jar. With each yuan stone, the white ball of light would shrink a little, until it was once again the size of a fist, reaching its limit. Fang Yuan repeated the same process, pouring in the bitter shell wine and white grain liquor. When the 4 jars of wine were completely consumed, the white light in the wine jar suddenly flourished, and then disappeared. Success. Fang Yuan did not need to look at the wine jar to know that he had succeeded. He willed, and a Jiu worm flew out of the wine jar in a swaying manner. It was the 4 flavors liquor worm. Compared to the liquor worm, its appearance did not change much. It was only slightly larger than the liquor worm. It also resembled a silkworm, with a pair of bright black eyes. The only difference was that the liquor worm's entire body was white and flawless, but this 4 liquor worm's body had 4 colors that were constantly changing. Red representing spiciness, blue representing bitterness, green representing sourness, and yellow representing sweetness. It made Fang Yuan involuntarily think of the neon lights on Earth. Phew! Fang Yuan let out a long breath. His luck was good this time, he did not fail, and succeeded on his first try. He was afraid that if he failed, the liquor worm would be seriously damaged, and one would die. Or the bitter shell wine would be used up. That would be troublesome. Fortunately, that did not happen. GU masters use GU, raise GU, and refine GU. None of those were easy. In terms of refining GU, many GU masters had to go through a lot of trouble to find the recipe and gather the materials. The recipes were all different. There might not be a suitable one. Some GU masters would even spend more than 10 years to gather the materials. Even if they found the recipe and gathered all the materials. But if the refinement failed, the materials would be wasted, and all the effort and preparation would be wasted. GU master cultivation is so difficult. Fang Yuan sighed deeply in his heart. Refining GU was considered easy in the early stages of cultivation. At rank 4 and rank 5, one might not even succeed once in 10 tries. The success rate of rank 6 was even lower than 1%. Every failure in the refinement of a high-level GU meant a huge loss of resources. But once it succeeded, the gains would be considerable. Take Fang Yuan's newly refined 4 flavors liquor worm for example. It could refine rank 2 Primeval essence and advance by a small realm. Fang Yuan used a red steel relic GU. Advanced to middle stage. Now he used the 4 flavors liquor worm. That was upper stage primeval essence. This meant his battle strength would increase by 2 times. At the same time, it would nourish his aperture. Cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. But everything has its pros and cons. Fang Yuan used the 4 flavors liquor worm to refine his primeval essence, which would lead to an increase in yuan stone expenditure. Just the income from selling vitality leaves was not enough to balance his cultivation expenditure. Next, I need to refine stealth stone GU into stealth scales GU. This is another expenditure. Every time a GU master refines, no matter if they succeed or fail, they would expend a sum of yuan stone. To refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, Fang Yuan had already expended over 400 yuan stone. After he chased away the river-swallowing toad, the clan rewarded him with 500 yuan stone. 500 yuan stone was enough for other GU masters to spend for a long time, but Fang Yuan used almost all of it here. Fortunately, he had sold his family assets and used more than half of it to buy the red steel relic GU, so he still had some money left. In the short term, he did not need to worry too much. Only, this stealth scales GU needed to be refined. After Fang Yuan killed the Stone Monkey King, he obtained this stealth stone GU. But this GU lacked practicality. It could only conceal itself. That is to say, after Fang Yuan used it, his torso, head and hair would all be concealed, making others unable to see them. But the clothes he was wearing, the wrist guards and leg bindings, and the bamboo shoes he was wearing would still be there, visible to the naked eye. The Stone Monkey King did not have this concern. It was a wild beast and did not need clothes. But Fang Yuan was in an awkward situation. To display the best effect of the stealth stone GU and make others unable to see him, he had to take off all his clothes. If he did not take them off, even if he was invisible, others would still discover a set of walking rank 2 GU master martial attire. The stealth stone GU was only a rank 1 GU, but when it advanced to the rank 2 stealth scales GU, this problem would be solved. The stealth scales GU could make a GU master's clothes invisible. If the Stone Monkey King used the stealth scales GU, then even if Fang Yuan's clothes covered its body, they would still disappear. If the Stone Monkey King used the stealth scales GU, then whether or not Fang Yuan could defeat the Stone Monkey King was still a matter of suspense. To refine the stealth scales GU, other than the stealth stone GU, there were also other materials. But these materials were rather common, so Fang Yuan had already asked Jiang Yue to help him gather them. If I successfully refine the stealth scales GU, not only would it be much easier to enter and exit the secret cave, I would also be able to move freely in the wolf pack. With this life-saving method, I can attack and defend at will. Fang Yuan pondered. It was getting late, so he kept the 4-flavor liquor worm and returned it to his aperture, leaving the cave entrance and heading towards the village. He had successfully chased away the river-swallowing toad, and immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. It was not convenient to move around these days, so he had some reservations. If he stayed in this secret cave for too long, it would arouse the suspicions of others. At the entrance of the village, a contest of strength had already ended. Xiong Li's group stood proudly, while Kai Shan's group and the GU masters guarding the entrance all had solemn expressions. Xiong Li's body was not as tall as Kai Shan, but right now his gaze carried a sense of superiority. He slowly said, "Kai Shan, you are indeed born with great strength and have talent. But I have the brown bear innate strength GU, and have already nurtured the strength of a bear. You saw the result of the battle just now, you are still not my match. Mph, you want the title of Qing Maro Mountain's strongest man, dream on." At the side, Xiong Jiang snorted coldly. Kai Shan's face was ashen. He knew that the other party had purposely challenged him, and his actions were filled with political intentions. Right now, he had lost, and it was no longer a personal matter, but a humiliation to the Guyue clan's name. What's there to be proud of beating me? You guys don't know, but I am no longer the strongest person in the clan. If you have the ability, then beat Fang Yuan first. Kai Shan had no choice but to bring up Fang Yuan. Oh, Fang Yuan? I heard that the Guyue clan has produced an A-grade genius, called Fang Zheng. Who is Fang Yuan? Xiong Li asked curiously. Kai Shan snorted coldly and answered, Fang Yuan is Feng Zheng's brother. He is also gifted, having great strength from birth, and at the same time he has a Jiyu worm to increase his strength. Earlier, the rank 5 river swallowing toad was pushed 100 steps away by his strength alone. If you don't believe me, you can go to the village and ask around. Xiong Li's group's expression changed. Rank 5 river swallowing toad. Fang Yuan. This name was immediately engraved in their hearts. Chapter 124. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 consecutive moon blades the size of wash basins drew a deep blue arc in the air. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In an instant, 16 to 17 jade eye stone monkeys died on the spot. The stone monkey group chasing Fang Yuan was immediately halved. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, not retreating, but raised his right palm again, striking the air 3 times. Another 3 moon blades crashed straight into the group of stone monkeys. Wherever they went, the stone monkeys toppled over. The stone monkey corpses fell to the ground, breaking into pieces of rubble. The eyeballs that had turned into jade pearls also rolled on the red ground. Fang Yuan checked his aperture, and found that there was still more than half of the dark red primeval essence left. The Moonglow Goo's moonblade required 10% of light red primeval essence to activate. If Fang Yuan was at rank 2 initial stage, he could only activate it 4 times in a row. At middle stage, it would increase to 8 times. At upper stage, the number would double again, rising to 16. Although Fang Yuan had not reached rank 2 upper stage, with the 4 flavor liquor worms refined upper stage primeval essence, he could be considered a pseudo upper stage, and his battle strength rose sharply. Originally, he had to fight and retreat when he was chased by 70 to 80 stone monkeys, but now, he could kill most of them with just the moonblade attacks. Only a dozen or so of them would escape at the sight of him. It's only been 2 days, and I've already broken through 3 stone pillars. This speed is several times faster than before. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the middle of the stone forest in a month and a half. Fang Yuan thought to himself. According to the flower wine monk's arrangement, the cave in the middle of the stone forest should be the next checkpoint. Before the checkpoint, there is a high chance of planting the Earth Treasury Flower GU. But at this stage, the flower wine monk's strength inheritance should be almost complete. After all, he is heavily injured and his condition is not good, so he hastily set up this inheritance. Most likely, there will only be 1 or 2 more checkpoints in the future. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan thought of the image wall, the flower wine monk's blood-soaked and dying scene, and made this judgment. The time that the flower wine monk had left behind this inheritance was too short, so he couldn't do more. But this was just a special case of inheritance. Actually, normal inheritances needed to be designed and arranged by GU masters over a long period of time. Some of them were grand in scale, while others only opened once every decade or so. In the process of inheritance, there was more than one location. Instead, it was divided into several locations that were scattered all over the world. The distance between each location could be the ends of the earth. For those who wanted to inherit this inheritance, they would have to go through decades of exploration and all kinds of tests. Some inheritances, a GU master might not be able to successfully explore them in their lifetime. They would often leave this unfinished business to their descendants. The flower wine monk's inheritance is classified as a miniature inheritance. It has one flaw, which is that the inheritance is relatively rare. However, there was also an advantage to this, which was that the levels set up by the characters were usually based on the local conditions, so they were relatively simple. From this inheritance, I obtained the White Boar GU, Jade Skin GU and Liquor Worm. Stealth Rock GU could barely be counted as one. All that was left was probably 1 or 2 more Xitagaba flowers. Hopefully, among the remaining GU worms, there are scouting type or movement type GU worms. Time passed quickly, autumn passed and winter came. Early winter, the first snow. The sky was gloomy, and snow fluttered down, falling on Qing Maro Mountain. Fang Yuan walked alone in the snow. He had just come out from the secret cave in the rock crack, and was now rushing back to the village. Looking at the time, it has already been 2 months, but my progress in clearing the stone forest has not been good." Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with gloom. It was not that he did not want to work hard, but the prelude to the wolf tide had already begun. In winter, food was scarce in the cold wind. The growing wolf pack began to hunt on a large scale in order to gather more food to fill their stomachs. This caused the wild beasts around the wolf nest to be purged. Chaotic small-scale beast tides occurred frequently, and at the same time, there was also the crippled wolf tide. These crippled wolves were all eliminated by the wolf nest. To survive, they formed groups and began to show themselves around the village, frequently moving about. Although they had not reached the stage of attacking the village, the mortal hunters no longer dared to go hunting in the mountains. At the same time, there were villagers who lost their lives to the wolves. Guyua village mobilized a large number of Jiu masters to carry out the purge. This way, there were more people coming and going, and among them were many scouting Jiu masters. This made Fang Yuan wisely reduce the number of times he went to the secret cave in the rock crack. This way, there was no doubt that the advancement of the stone forest had greatly decreased. The howling cold wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the snowfall was also getting heavier. Low roars of beasts could be heard amidst the wind and snow. Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks, vigilantly looking around. A small-scale crippled wolf pack, about 20 lightning wolves, quickly appeared in his vision. Again. Fang Yuan mumbled. This was the 8th time he had met them this month. But this time, it was different. So close to the village, there are already wolf packs moving around. Looks like the clan's Jiu masters will attack more frequently. The secret cave in the rock crack is not far, looks like I can't go there for the next few days. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's heart sank. The journey was difficult, there would always be some wind and snow in this world, stopping people from moving forward. Jiu Master Zhenren walked elegantly. The wolf pack quickly surrounded Fang Yuan. Roar roar roar. They growled and pounced towards Fang Yuan. Moonglow Jiu. Fang Yuan's heart moved, and a moonblade flew out. The eerie blue moonblade split the wind and snow, hitting the crippled wolves consecutively. 3 were killed in an instant, and when it reached the 4th, the crippled wolf suddenly rolled on the ground, cunningly dodging the moonblade. These crippled wolves, although most of them were missing arms or legs, or were blind or missing a tail, they had rich battle experience and were extremely cunning. If a normal rank 2 middle stage Jiu master met with such a pack of crippled wolves, especially after being surrounded by them, his life would be in grave danger. But Fang Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. His rich battle experience and the high-level dark red primeval essence refined by the 4-flavor liquor worm were his trump cards. Kill, kill, kill. Under the siege of the crippled wolves, he agilely moved, calmly dodged, and decisively attacked. One by one, the crippled wolves died in his hands. Soon, the number of lightning wolves in the crippled wolf pack was reduced by half. Howl. An alpha wolf let out a mournful howl, and the wolf pack immediately stopped attacking and started to retreat. This was the craftiness of the crippled wolves. Once they realized that Fang Yuan was a tough nut to crack, they decisively retreated, giving up on the idea of hunting Fang Yuan. These old wolves, sick wolves, injured wolves, although they did not have perfect bodies, but to be able to survive until today, they had a set of survival wisdom. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, quietly watching the crippled wolf pack disappear into the wind and snow. His strength, if he could not expose it, he would not expose it. After confirming that the wolf pack had completely escaped, Fang Yuan squatted down and hurriedly collected the items on the wolf corpses. Wolf skin, wolf teeth, and so on, were all valuable. Although the market price was relatively low, but there was a lot of them. In these 2 months, Fang Yuan eradicated the crippled wolves, and relied on the spoils of war to earn a small sum of money. On the snow, the blood that flowed out of the wolf corpses was still warm. With the crippled wolves, although they had fallen to the ground, they were not completely dead, and there was still a trace of splendor in their eyes. In this nature, all living things are fighting and surviving. It's not just humans. This world is a wonderful stage to use life and death. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, mercilessly giving these dying crippled wolves one last stab. The battle power of a crippled wolf was already higher than 2 jade eye stone monkeys. With the cooperation of the wolf pack, their battle power would double. I can deal with these small crippled wolves, but if I were to deal with a large crippled wolf pack, or a small healthy wolf pack in the future, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Fang Yuan faintly felt a sense of pressure. Next, when the wolf tide breaks out, the whole clan will be mobilized, and I will naturally not be alone. From now on, if I want to hunt lightning wolves alone in the wild, I will need a scouting GU worm, or a movement GU worm. Otherwise, he might have perished in this wolf tide. The more experience Fang Yuan had, the more he could recognize his own shortcomings. With the 4 flavors liquor worm, his battle power had increased by a lot. With the Moonglow GU and White Jade GU, he could attack and defend, and with his previous life's accumulation, Fang Yuan was not at the same level as Qing Shu, Kai Shan, or Mo Yang. It could be said that he could barely stand in the top ranks of the rank 2 GU masters in the clan. The reason why it was barely, was because he was not a true upper stage GU master, and his aptitude was only C grade, very limited. His battle power was already the best he could do, but to survive in the wolf tide, battle power was only one aspect. Scouting methods are indispensable. If I had a scouting GU worm, I could sense the approaching wolf pack in advance, and quickly leave, changing my route. Or I could use the GU worm to run faster, escaping the wolves' encirclement and shaking them off, Fang Yuan thought. As long as he had one of these 2 GU worms, his chances of survival would increase greatly. With 2, he could basically do it with ease. I hope the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance has such a GU worm. If not, it's not a problem. According to my memory, every wolf tide, the 3 clans would work together to set up a battle merit board, and sell off the GU worms in their storage. Among them were many rare GU worms. At that time, I can even use the battle merit to exchange for GU worms from the Bai or Xiong clan. Fang Yuan planned in his heart, and stood up. In this short period of time, he had neatly arranged his spoils of war, placing them in a bag and carrying it on his back. White snow fluttered in the air, quickly freezing the wolf blood and covering the wolf corpses. Look, Fang Yuan is back. He's carrying a bag. Did he go out to hunt wolves again? He's the one who saved our clan. It was just a coincidence. We all know the process, and if I had that much strength, I could do it too. It's nothing. Fang Yuan walked into the village, and along the way, passers-by turned to look at him. Some praised him, some were curious, and some were jealous. Fang Yuan. Kai Shan suddenly appeared at a corner, and shouted. Chapter 125. What's the matter? Fang Yuan looked at Kai Shan. Even in winter, he was still bare-chested, his red skin emitting warmth, making people feel like they were leaning against a stove. The white snow fell on his body and melted in an instant. This was because there was a twin orifice stove GU in his aperture. Stove GU was a rank 2 GU, containing fire energy and used for offense. Resisting the cold was only a side effect. Kai Shan's gaze was somewhat complicated. He stared at Fang Yuan and said in a deep voice, "Do you know that Xiong clan's Xiong Li wants to compete with you in strength these days?" "I know." Fang Yuan nodded. Kai Shan heaved a long sigh. "Xiong Li wants to compete with you in strength. It is not a simple competition, but it concerns the distribution of benefits in the 3-clan alliance. Under the wolf tide, the alliance will perish. But after the alliance, how to distribute the benefits is the most crucial issue. Thus, these days, the 3 clans have been in a deadlock over this matter." Fang Yuan glanced at Kai Shan and immediately understood why he took the initiative to look for him. Negotiation was the most difficult thing. For the sake of benefits, the 3 clans would not take the initiative to give in, they would fight for every inch of land. The negotiation table was already filled with smoke, the flames of war raging like wildfire. The values of this world, one was strength, and the other was familial love. Qing Maro Mountain's 3 clans were all clans, they had been in conflict for a long time, their hatred was deep, they naturally could not use familial love to smooth things over. Thus, to break the deadlock, they had to rely on strength. On Earth, there were military exercises to display strength. This world had the same result, There were also Jiu fights and sparring to show off one's strength and fight for greater benefits. This was the reason why Xiong Li wanted to spar with Fang Yuan and compete in strength. As expected, Kai Shan said, I have fought with Xiong Li before, he has brown bear innate strength Jiu. He has already nurtured the strength of one bear. He also has grand bear Jiu. He can increase the strength of one bear again. Adding them together, it is the strength of two bears. I am far from his match, even if I don't want to admit it. But the title of Qing Maro Mountain's #1 Herculean is well deserved. He paused and continued, let's discuss the matter as it stands. You and I don't have much of a difference in strength, so you won't be his opponent. But you cannot lose, because you are the hero who awakened the river-swallowing toad and saved Qing Maro Mountain. If you lose, the interests of our Guiyue clan will suffer. So, for the sake of the family's interests, please abandon your personal reputation and choose to avoid the battle. Fang Yuan silently looked at Kai Shan. Kai Shan lowered his gaze. I know this matter is very difficult for you. After all, choosing to avoid a battle was destructive to one's reputation for bravery. But the family's interests were the most important. If you lose, I'm afraid the family will have to make even more concessions. The family nurtured us, so we naturally have to contribute to the family. Isn't that right? The family needs you. You sacrificing your own reputation for the sake of the family, this is also a matter of course. But this started because of me. In my own name, I'll compensate you with something. Consider it my sincerity. With that, Kai Shan handed a large bag of money to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took it and weighed it, and could not help but laugh. So my reputation is only worth 200 yuan stone? Kai Shan could hear the mockery in his words. His eyes flashed, and he said solemnly, Fang Yuan, don't be angry. Previously, I was trying to persuade you, but in reality, I came here with a mission. I want you to avoid the battle. This is a secret order from the higher-ups of the family. Whether you want to listen or not, you have to listen. Please take care of yourself. Finishing, he turned and left, leaving deep footprints on the snowy ground. Fang Yuan looked at Kai Shan's back, his eyes revealing a light of understanding. In order to fight for the greatest benefits, the family has probably already used the matter of me chasing the river-swallowing toad as a bargaining chip on the table. After all, the presence of the river-swallowing toad here is a threat to Qing Maro Mountain. As for the Xiong village, to get rid of this bargaining chip, they secretly ordered Xiong Li to challenge me. To the family, I am only a chess piece. Xiong Li is also a chess piece, and Kai Shan is even more so a chess piece. It is laughable that some people are willing to become chess pieces, and even feel proud of it, thinking that it is natural. This is because they have been successfully brainwashed by the family. But I never wanted to fight with Xiong Li. The so-called reputation is only the praise of others. It was unknown how many heroes had been imprisoned by this shackle since ancient times. But to me, what's the pity in letting it go? Hihi, I have to thank Kai Shan for gifting me 200 yuan stone for free. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan secretly laughed coldly. Why did he attract Xiong Li's challenge? It was only because he wanted to save the village's reputation. Why did Kai Shan want to challenge Xiong Li? It was only because of the reputation of Qing Maro Mountain's strongest man. The so-called reputation was only a flatbread for vanity. How many people had been tempted? How many people had been fettered? How many people had been trapped? What a pity, what a pity. The snow was still falling slowly. The entire Guiyue village stood quietly in the snow. The people beside him walked hurriedly on the road. What a joke. These people are all trapped by an illusory flatbread. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped. Under his eyelashes, his dark and serene eyes were half hidden. The light in the snow shone on his face. The young man's face was pale, revealing a sense of coldness. Suddenly chuckling, Fang Yuan recited softly, "The white snow is pure white. I walk alone in the world. I walk alone with no worries, my lonely shadow comes and goes." He took a step forward, continuing to walk. Along the way, the people were hurrying, but Fang Yuan walked alone. Whether it was the clansmen, the white snow, the village, they were only a blurry background. After a while, he returned to his rented house. The bamboo building, wine shop and so on, were all sold by him. He still lived in the rented house. Although the environment was very simple, Fang Yuan was not demanding, as long as he had a place to stay. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Fang Yuan began to cultivate. In Jiyu master cultivation, breaking through a large realm required aptitude and talent. But breaking through a small realm was purely a matter of painstaking effort. As long as there was enough time, the aperture walls would be constantly nurtured, and could continue to improve. According to the agreement, at dusk, Jiang Huaiye arrived at Fang Yuan's residence. Lord Fang Yuan, these are the prime val stones for this trip, please check. He entered the room and respectfully handed over 5 money bags, which were naturally filled to the brim with prime val stones. Yuan stone far exceeded 400 pieces. The wolf tide was approaching, and the Jiyu master's demand for the vitality leaves had also increased. This caused the price of the vitality leaves that Fang Yuan was selling to increase. Fang Yuan gave Jiang Huaiye 9 vitality leaves. At the same time, he asked, "The things I wanted you to buy earlier. Have you done it?" Jiang Huaiye, however, showed a shocked expression, shaking his head. "Lord Fang Yuan, the timing is not right. The wolf tide is approaching. The clan has already implemented a control over resources. The other things are fine, but that fish scales GU, its value is only slightly lower than the jade skin GU. I have already done my best. But I am afraid there will not be any results in a short time." Fang Yuan frowned. The fish scales GU was used to fuse with the stealth stone GU, to refine the stealth scales GU. Without the fish scales GU, he could not fuse the stealth scales GU. But even with the control over resources, it is not impossible to get the fish scales GU. In the end, it is because Jiang Huaiye's ability is too small. It seems the matter of refining the stealth scales GU will have to be delayed. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. But he was not discouraged. In this world, 10 out of 10 things do not go one's way. This was the normal state of life. The so-called smooth sailing was just a beautiful blessing. Bai clan produces fish scales GU, and the clan also has fish scales GU. It is just that the quantity is small. It seems this matter will have to wait until after the alliance. Fang Yuan was not impatient. He knew that once the 3 clans officially formed an alliance, they would set up a battle merit ranking. They would encourage GU masters to hunt wolves. By then, they could use battle merits to exchange for resources from the 3 clans. Of course. Guyue clan's Moonlight GU, Xiong clan's Bear Strength GU, Bai clan's Stream GU, these were the symbols of the clans, and were not part of the exchange. But the fish scales GU was definitely there. Opportunities often accompanied by danger. To GU masters, the wolf tide was a severe test, but it was also a good opportunity to rise. Under the attack of the wolf tide, countless famous GU masters died, and countless GU masters became famous. The old forces in the clan might weaken, and the new forces would walk on the political stage with their heads held high. In the evening, another unexpected guest came to visit. It was Guyue Qingshu and Guyue Fangjing. Qingshu went straight to the point, bringing up the old matter and wanting to buy Fang Yuan's liquor worm. But other than this, he also wanted to buy Fang Yuan's black boar GU, and even the 9-leaf vitality grass. The 9-leaf vitality grass was definitely not for sale, and the liquor worm had already been refined into the 4 flavors liquor worm. Fang Yuan could not take it out even if he wanted to. Thus, he rejected it. As for the black boar GU, I have already gained the strength of a boar, and the value of the black boar GU to me is very low. The best result of the black boar GU is the steel menhir GU. Although this GU can attack and defend, to me, with the white jade GU, it is not very useful. I might as well trade for a fish scales GU. As Fang Yuan thought of this, he brought it up. Fish scales GU? Qingshu frowned slightly, but soon nodded. I know, you are indeed lacking a defensive GU worm. The fish scales GU can be refined into the rank 2 scale armor GU, and it will have a good defensive effect. The recipe of using the fish scales GU and stealth rock GU to refine the stealth scales GU was discovered by accident 200 years after the end of his previous life. It was normal that Qingshu did not know about it now. Fang Yuan did not expose him, The black boar GU is much more expensive than the fish scales GU. If you trade it, you have to compensate me for the difference. Of course. Qing Shu nodded and asked, forget about the 9-leaf vitality grass, but are you really not selling the liquor worm? It's useless to you now. Raising it for nothing, and even wasting yuan stone. Fang Yuan shook his head, don't mention the liquor worm anymore, it is not for sale. Qing Shu rubbed his nose, and could not help but laugh bitterly. Fang Yuan, this matter is more complicated than you think. Do you know about Guiyue Yarola? She is the granddaughter of the Medicine Hall elder, Guiyue Yaroji, a new student this year with B-grade aptitude. Guiyue Yaroji loves this granddaughter very much, and had once bid for a liquor worm in the treehouse, but did not succeed. You have used the liquor worm before, and naturally you know its benefits the best, so I will not say more. It is just that for her granddaughter, Lord Yaroji really wants to buy this GU worm. An elder's love for her child is completely understandable. So she came to you. She sincerely wants to buy it, and the price she offered is very high. She even promised that if you get injured in the wolf tide, you will be taken care of by the medicine hall. Please think it over carefully. Today is one chapter, tomorrow is one chapter, and the day after tomorrow there will be 2 chapters. This is the side effect of deleting the chapters. This is the consequence of deleting the chapters, and I have already expected it. I am also silently bearing the consequences of letting everyone down. I will make up for the missing 4 chapters, just that it will take a little longer. The future is long, and I will make up for it eventually. Sigh, even though I lost my character this time, there are still so many people supporting me. I am very touched. Chapter 126. I see. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, but then shook his head. I am not selling this liquor worm. Since Yaroji insists on buying it, why don't you go find the GU master who bought it? Hearing this, Qing Shu's face turned gloomy. He sighed deeply. Sigh, I don't know which clansman bought this liquor worm, but kept it a secret. We can't investigate it, and we can't just casually search other people's apertures, right? This is taboo, a taboo. For such a small matter like the liquor worm, it's not good to incur public anger. But I can understand this clansman, hiding it with a treasure is human nature. Qing Shu did not know that the real buyer was sitting right in front of him. But Qing Shu had never suspected Fang Yuan. In his mind, Fang Yuan already had the liquor worm, he would not buy a second one. What was the use of buying it? If he knew the recipe for the 4-flavor liquor worm, then he would definitely suspect Fang Yuan first. But for now, only Fang Yuan had the recipe for the 4-flavor liquor worm. The only person who knew that Fang Yuan was the buyer was Jiaofu. But from Jiaofu's point of view, Fang Yuan could have bought it for someone else. Maybe for family, maybe for a lover, there was nothing wrong with that. Wasn't Yaroji in the same situation, buying the liquor worm for her granddaughter? No matter what, I will not give in on the matter of the liquor worm. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm, and he did not relent, laughing coldly in his heart. This was the system. On one hand, the system was strong, but on the other hand, it was a kind of restriction. Guiyue Yaroji was a rank 3 GU master. She was clearly stronger than Fang Yuan, but due to the system, she could not openly snatch it. Due to the rules of the system, and taking care of her reputation, she could not forcefully buy it. At the side, Fang Jing suddenly persuaded, brother, the liquor worm is useless to you, why guard it? Granny Yaroji is very kind. I have met Sister Yarola a few times, she is a good person, she will definitely treat the liquor worm well. And the liquor worm is also very helpful to her. Helping others is the source of happiness. Brother, you saved the village, I am really happy for you. This made my face light up. But why do you have to hold on to it this time? Aren't you being a little too petty by doing this? Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. He said coldly, my good brother, are you teaching me a lesson? The booze bug is my business. Even if it rotted in the palm of his hand. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. He was not really angry, but his attitude was the mask of his heart. By expressing his attitude, Qing Shu would understand his determination to reject. Looks like Fang Yuan is determined to refuse. He had deliberately brought Fang Jing here, But he had made a mistake. The relationship between these two brothers has never been harmonious, and now they've outsmarted themselves. Guyue Qingshu's eyes flashed. Fangjing, why don't you go out for a walk first? Fangjing still wanted to say something. But Qingshu stretched out his hand to stop him. Fangjing clenched his teeth and finally obeyed Qingshu's order. Anyway, I can't understand this. Brother, he said, opening the door. I do things. I don't need your understanding, Fangjing. Fang Yuan was expressionless. Fangjing's action of opening the door paused, then he quickly walked out of the room without looking back and slammed the door. This action made the atmosphere in the room even more awkward. If there's nothing else, please go back, Brother Qingshu. Fang Yuan directly asked him to leave. He. Qingshu laughed dryly, trying to ease the atmosphere. But Fang Yuan's face was as cold as ice, and there was no change. But he was gentle by nature, and did not get angry. Touching his nose, Qingshu smiled awkwardly. There is indeed one more thing. It's about the 9-leaf vitality grass. The 9-leaf vitality grass is not for sale. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. I know. Qingshu nodded repeatedly. It's about the vitality leaves. This is a personal matter of my group. I hope you can supply the vitality leaves you produce to us. Of course, we will give you some compensation. Fang Yuan did not reject business. All right, each vitality leaf is 65 yuan stone. Qingshu was speechless at the price. According to the market price, the clan's original selling price was 55 yuan stone. Although the vitality leaf was a rank 1 consumable GU and could be used up after one use, no one would complain about having more of this life-saving item. And with the wolf tide approaching, the clan raised the price. One vitality leaf was sold at 60 yuan stone. Actually, not only the vitality leaf, the prices of many other items were also rising. This was because of the turbulent situation, and GU masters could only pinch their noses and accept it. But Qingshu did not expect Fang Yuan's price to be even higher than the clan's. You think my price is too high? You can choose not to buy it. But as far as I know, after the wolf tide, the clan will control the resources, and the vitality leaves will be in short supply. At that time, the price will continue to rise, and you might not even have the stock. What do you think? Fang Yuan's tone was firm, and he was sitting on the fishing platform. Qingshu choked, and said helplessly, you can see it clearly. But raising the price like this is a bit too much. Aren't you afraid of offending people? If you lower the price, you can use it to build up your connections. But if you raise the price like this, the clansmen will resent you for getting rich like this. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. The wolf tide is approaching. A small character like me might die any day. Why would I care about these minor details? You are no longer a small character. Interpersonal relationships are not minor details. Qingshu looked deeply at Fang Yuan, and then lightly shook his head. But everyone has their own thoughts and choices, I will not force them. But you need to be careful, Lord Yaroji will not let this go so easily, goodbye. Qingshu did not mention the matter of buying the vitality leaf again. Fang Yuan's price had scared him. He was a smart person, and smart people do not buy things on impulse, but reason. Smart people would have a price in their heart, and if it exceeded this price, they would calmly stop. Fang Yuan seemed to have only raised the price by 5 yuan stone, but Qingshu definitely wanted to buy more than one vitality leaf. The wolf tide would last for at least a whole year, and the amount of vitality leaf consumed would be very large. Accumulating like this would be a lot. Thank you for your reminder. Take care, I won't send you off. Fang Yuan watched Qingshu leave. His heart was clear, knowing that Qingshu would definitely come back. It was because he had greatly underestimated the severity of this wolf tide. In such a wolf tide, death could come to everyone at any time, and there was no worry about selling the vitality leaf. In Fang Yuan's memory, it had even been raised to a high price of 100 yuan. Of course, this price was also when the wolf tide was at its fiercest. What Fang Yuan needed to do now was to adapt to the situation. Slowly raising the price. As time passed, the winter wind became colder. This year's winter was colder than in previous years for the 3 mountain strongholds of Qing Maro Mountain. Take Guyue's mountain stronghold for example. More and more crippled wolves appeared around the mountain stronghold. The clan issued a large number of missions, and almost all of them were related to exterminating the crippled wolves. In December, the number of crippled wolves reached its peak, and the situation took a turn for the worse. It reached a terrible level. There was even a village at the foot of the mountain. It was a situation where it was slaughtered by a large wolf pack. Fortunately, there were more than 10 GU masters stationed in the village. They retreated in time. This made the clan higher-ups heave a sigh of relief. The death of a GU master made them feel heartache for a long time. As for the mortals, they were all servants, so if they died, so be it. In this world, there was no such thing as human rights. A GU master's life was more precious than 100 mortals' lives. This was the common view of everyone. But casualties were unavoidable. Thus, at night in the mountain stronghold, there were often faint cries of sorrow and sorrow. The crippled wolves were just the prelude, the true wolf tide was even more terrifying. The crippled wolves were just the prelude. The real wolf tide would be even more terrifying. This year's wolf tide might not be the same as the past. Under such pressure, the deadlocked negotiations made rapid progress, and the alliance of the 3 strongholds was formed. Under this kind of pressure, the deadlocked negotiations progressed quickly, and the alliance between the 3 brigades was formed. Alliance Slope, 3 strongholds meeting. Alliance Slope, 3 village alliance meeting. The snowflakes were like white fluff, slowly drifting down. Hundreds and thousands of GU masters gathered here, forming a huge scale. The alliance slope was an ordinary slope. However, in history, the second-generation leader of the Guyue clan had facilitated the first alliance between the 3 clans here. From then on, all future alliances would be held here. After many years of remodeling, the current alliance slope was dozens of times larger than its original appearance. It was practically a huge plaza. On the other side of the square against the mountain wall, there was a tall boulder erected. On the huge stone platform, there was a pavilion carved out of stone. There were stone tables and chairs in the pavilion, and the higher-ups of the 3 families were sitting inside, discussing closely. Under the huge stone platform, the GU masters of the 3 villages stood in distinct groups, forming 3 enormous groups. The GU masters were all wearing similar battle attire and belts. Their cultivation level could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan was among them. He secretly sized up and observed. The GU masters below the stage were all rank 2 GU masters. Rank 1 GU masters were mostly in charge of logistics, while rank 2 GU masters were the true main force. As for rank 3 GU masters, they were all clan elders. For a mid-sized clan like the Guyue clan, every generation of painstakingly accumulating, they would only have over 20 clan elders. Fang Yuan was observing, and so were the other GU masters. Countless gazes intertwined, some with hatred, some with curiosity, and some with vigilance. The GU masters of the Guyue clan were generally skinny. The GU masters of the Xiong clan were all sturdy, and from their appearance, one could tell that they had great strength. The Bai clan's people, probably because they lived under the waterfall at the back of the mountain, had pale skin and carried a yin aura. That long hair is Guyue Qing Shu, rank 2 peak stage, the number 1 rank 2 in the Guyue clan. Someone pointed. Mo Yang. Mph, it's you bitch who cut off one of my arms. After the wolf tide, I will get my revenge. Someone snorted in his heart. Wow, that girl riding on the huge bear, she should be the Xiong clan's Xiong Jiaoman. Don't be fooled by her cute appearance, she is very crazy when she fights. Do you see that white fat woman? That is Bai clan's Bai Zhong Shui, a rank 2 upper stage expert who possesses the water dolphin GU. She is very unrestrained and lustful. You newbies have to be careful, don't get pushed down by her. The grudges between the 3 clans were already very deep. The discussions on the alliance slope became louder and louder, becoming a noisy scene. Many GU master seniors were pointing and introducing the experts of the other 2 clans to the newbies, reminding them to be careful in the future. Chapter 127. The traditional overlord Guyue tribe, the newly rising Bai tribe, the Xiong tribe that cannot be underestimated. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd, observing the entire situation. Guyue tribe had Qing Shu, Kai Shan, and Mo Yang, while Xiong tribe and Bai tribe also had outstanding rank 2 GU master elites. Adding on the stone tower, the various tribe leaders and elders, the alliance slope could be said to be a gathering of heroes. I wonder which one is Bai Ningbing, the man who symbolizes the rise of Bai tribe. Bai Ningbing already has rank 3 cultivation. He is definitely not among the rank 2 GU masters. It seems that he is not on the stone tower either. Gradually, the topic of discussion was focused on Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing did not appear, his brilliance had already overshadowed all the GU masters on the stone tower. 3 years ago on the alliance slope, it was him, Bai Ningbing, who was the first to stand up and challenge everyone for a battle GU. In just 3 years, he became a rank 3 elder. It is truly terrifying to think about. He soared to the sky in one go. When he was rank 2, he defeated an elder of Xiong tribe. This child's future is limitless. Most importantly, he has already grown up. At this rate, he can become a rank 4 expert, or even rank 5. As for rank 6, rank 5 to mortal, rank 6 to immortal, rank 5 is already very impressive. Rank 6. Don't overestimate him. That is not certain. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Amidst such discussions, the 3 tribe leaders on the stone tower stood up, looking down at the 1,000 GU masters below. Guyue tribe leader was in the middle, while Bai tribe leader and Xiong tribe leader were on his left and right. The alliance slope gradually quietened down. Guyue Bo held the railing, glancing around, and said concisely, "The 3 tribes are in an alliance, we are in the same boat. The GU battle convention is mainly about exchanging pointers, we will not go overboard. Let's begin." Silence reigned on the slope of the alliance. Everyone looked at each other. The 3 tribes were in an alliance, there would be a GU battle convention. Other than showing off the tribe's strength, it was also to promote communication and temporarily resolve grudges, reaching a consensus of cooperation. But who would be the first to stand out? The first GU master to challenge, if he lost in front of everyone, his reputation would be tarnished. It had even shaved the face of the upper echelons of the family upstairs. Last year, Bai Ningbing stood up. But this year, while everyone was hesitating, over at the Xiong village, suddenly, a group of GU masters stepped out from the crowd. It was Xiong Li's group. Immediately, the group of 5 attracted the gazes of countless people. Xiong Li's group walked past the Gua clan's camp and stood in front of the Bai village's camp under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It's Xiong Li Qing Marrow Mountain's strongest man? Not bad. It was said that not long ago, Kai Shan of the Gua clan had also lost to him in public. No one can shake his name, not even Bai Ningbing. Damn it. Is the Gua clan deliberately bullying our Bai clan? In the camp of the Bai village, there was a slight commotion. Many people recognized Xiong Li and felt a sense of pressure in their hearts, but Xiong Li swept his gaze around. He had been standing at the same spot, but Xiong Jiang who was beside him stood up. Xiong Jiang's body was thin and stood out among the Xiong village's strong men. He took a few steps forward and faced the Bai village's GU masters, cupping his fists and saying, "Xiong village's Xiong Jiang is here to seek guidance from brother Bai Bingyi." Once he said this, uncontrollable gasps could be heard from below the stone floor. Bai Bingyi's status was equivalent to Kai Shan and Xiong Li. Among the young GU masters of the Bai village, he was second only to Bai Ningbing. Xiong Jiang wanted to compete in GU with him, clearly wanting to use the weak to fight the strong. But could he do it? Bai Bing stood up with a gloomy expression. He was short and had a pale face, like a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness, looking a little weak. But no one dared to underestimate him. "Xiong Jiang, you dare to challenge me, you have some courage. How do you want to compete? Say it, I will accept it," he said to Xiong Jiang. Xiong Jiang laughed sinisterly. "I am good at defense, brother Bai is good at offense. How about this, you defend and you attack. I will give you 3 chances to attack and we will see the result. This was not a life and death battle, but a sparring session. But Xiongjiang was so confident, he clearly came prepared, causing many people to have doubts. Bai Bingyi raised his eyebrows. Xiongjiang, no matter what Jiyu worm you have, you are still a rank 2 Jiyu master, your cultivation is still there. Do you really think you can block my water drill Jiyu? If I injure you, you can't blame me. Xiongjiang snorted. How will we know if we try? Come. Saying so, he activated the Jiyu worm in his body, and his skin started to lose color, becoming dry and green, like a gloomy dead wood. At the same time, his teeth became long and sharp, his 4 canines protruded out of his lips. Furthermore, the pupils of his eyes had also turned into a lustrous green. This was a rank 2 roaming zombie Jiyu. As long as it was activated, it could turn a person into a zombie. Compared to a living person, zombies were more resistant to physical attacks, and had stronger recovery ability. But they were afraid of fire and lightning, and had higher defense against water and wind poison. At the same time, zombies were not as strong under the sun as in the dark, affected by the weather. Even so, I am not afraid. Bai Bingyi sneered, raising his right hand. Under everyone's gazes, he put his 5 fingers together and retracted his fist. First, a drop of water condensed in the air above his 5 fingers. Then, in the blink of an eye, the water droplet expanded, turning into a rapid flow of water. From the starting point of the 5 fingers, it started to revolve around Bai Bingyi's palm. In the time of 2 breaths, a light blue spiral drill had formed on Bai Bingyi's fist that was constantly rotating. Rank 2 water drill Jiyu, able to drill through rocks and steel, its offensive ability was very impressive, almost no Jiyu worm could defend against it. Take this. Bai Bingyi coughed and punched with his right fist. Xiongjiang raised his arms. They formed into an arm shield. The water drill hit his arm, and large amounts of water splattered out. Both sides were in a deadlock for a few breaths of time. Suddenly, the water drill spun rapidly, sending Xiongjiang flying by 5 to 6 steps. Xiongjiang fell on the ground, but soon stood up again with a carp flip. However, the muscles on his arms were almost completely crushed by the water current, revealing the pale bones of his arms. Bai Clan's Jiyu masters saw this. They could not help but cheer. Only a few people frowned deeply. He. Xiongjiang laughed sinisterly, not caring about his injuries. He had turned into a zombie, his sense of pain had already fallen to 0. Bai Bingyi stood on the spot, but his pale face suddenly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Clan's Jiyu master's cheers stopped abruptly. How can this be? Someone shouted. It is the shadow death Jiyu. Bai Bingyi stared at his feet. Xiongjiang's shadow was strangely distorted, spreading out on the snowy ground. Xiongjiang and Bai Bingyi were connected together. It seems I have one, brother Bai. With this shadow death Jiyu, I will receive many injuries. You will have to bear 1/10 of it. I specialize in defense, while you are an offensive type Jiyu master, your body is not healthy, even if it is 1/10 of the damage, you will not be able to bear it. Xiongjiang said plainly. Bai Bingyi wiped the blood on his mouth, and stared at Xiongjiang deeply for a while, before saying, Good. Very good indeed. You have a clever mind and superior skills. I have lost. He admitted defeat in front of everyone. Too despicable. Simply sinister and shameless. To think he actually had a shadow death Jiyu, senior Bai Bingyi was completely tricked by him. Bai Clan's Jiyu masters burst into a commotion. Xiongjiang cupped his fists. You flatter me. If we really fought, I believe the final victor would still be brother Bai. The shadow death Jiyu has a limited range after all, it can only bully close combat Jiyu masters. Brother Bai, please take care of the wolf tide this time. Of course. Bai Bingyi's expression eased a little, and nodded. Bai Clan's Jiyu masters' voices also weakened. Standing on the stone tower, the 3 clans higher-ups who had been watching from a high vantage point nodded subtly at this scene. The Jiyu battle convention was only a spar, not a battle of strength. Xiongjiang took the initiative to reveal his trump card, it was also to increase mutual understanding and trust. Be it Xiongjiang or Bai Bingyi's attitude, they were both very good. With this handling, Even if Bai Clan's Jiu masters did not admit it, they could not help but feel some admiration for Xiongjiang. After all, the strong were always respected. Xiong Li group has made a good start. Guiyue Bo lightly praised. Ha ha ha. The Xiong clan leader chuckled. Xiongjiang had given him face. On the other hand, the Bai clan leader's expression was a little ugly. But Xiong Li group did not stop there. The 5 of them left Bai clan and arrived in front of Guiyue clan. After challenging Bai clan, they want to challenge our Guiyue clan? Oh no, this time it is Xiong Li himself. Guiyue clansmen could not help but feel a little nervous. Many people's gazes gathered on Kai Shan, Mo Yang and Qing Shu. But who knew that Xiong Li shouted, "Who is Fang Yuan? Please come forward. I heard you could drive away that river-swallowing toad alone, why don't we compete in strength?" In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Xiong Li stood up, but he did not challenge Qing Shu, Kai Shan or Mo Yang, instead choosing a new junior. Fang Yuan. Who is Fang Yuan? This was the first time some Jiu masters from other clans had heard of this name. He drove away the river-swallowing toad alone. Oh my god, that is a rank 5 Jiu worm. How can he be so awesome? Many people looked at him in amazement. Guiyue clan's Jiu masters automatically opened up a path, exposing Fang Yuan in the crowd. With nothing blocking their line of sight, Xiong Li and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Xiong Li's lips curled into a smile, saying in a deep voice, "I hope Fang Yuan will not be stingy with your guidance." This Fang Yuan, who is he? Doesn't he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Driving away the river-swallowing toad was a coincidence. It was not a difficult thing. Being targeted by Xiong Li, this muscular man, he is in big trouble this time. Fang Yuan, you really can't avoid it this time. Sigh, then you can only brace yourself and fight. Kai Shan sighed in his heart. Oh, so it's like that. Fang Yuan shrugged and said, "Then I admit defeat." Once he said this, everyone was stunned. Chapter 128. Admit defeat. Fang Yuan's words were still reverberating in everyone's ears. At once, almost all the rank 2 Jiu masters below the rock tower looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Fang Yuan ignored them, standing on the spot with his arms crossed, his expression calm. Admit defeat. He actually admitted defeat. Did I hear wrongly? That is Fang Yuan. He doesn't even have the guts to fight. Hey. I have to admit, Xiong Li's aura is really strong. But even if he loses, he should at least go through the motions. Directly admitting defeat is not only a coward, but also a disgrace to the clan. Gradually, the whispers were like ripples on the surface of a calm lake. After the initial shock, many Jiu masters' gazes turned to disdain, contempt and gloating. Many Guiyue clan Jiu masters stood up uneasily. The gazes from Xiong clan and Bai clan Jiu masters were like invisible needles, stabbing at their self-esteem. Fang Yuan was a Guiyue clan member. He directly admitted defeat, causing them to lose face as well. How can he admit defeat? Fang Yuan, you are a Guiyue clan man, step out and fight Xiong Li. But, even if he loses, it is not a big deal. If he doesn't even have the courage to fight, that is the true disgrace. Some of the Jiu clan's Jiu masters shouted, urging Fang Yuan to go out and fight. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Listening to these words was like listening to a group of dogs barking. The so-called reputation, face, glory, it was just a painting. A shackle placed on the members' necks by those in power. These Jiu masters were just dogs with a rope tied around their necks. Xiong Li stared at Fang Yuan, suddenly laughing. What a disappointment. To think that Guiyue clan's bravery is like this. These words made the Guiyue clan Jiu masters' expressions turn ugly. Bursts of laughter came from the Xiong clan village. Even the Bai clan's Jiu masters looked at Guiyue's tribe with mocking gazes. The people around Fang Yuan also moved. They all distanced themselves from him, looking ashamed to be associated with him. Soon, there was no one within 5 steps of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood there alone. He did things his own way, out of place, but his expression was calm. Others valued the reputation of bravery, but Fang Yuan scoffed at it. This involuntarily caused everyone to hate Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan's contempt for reputation was a denial of the public's values. Denying these values was equivalent to denying the masses who had been living according to these values. Others were naturally unwilling to deny their own value and feel that their lives were wrong. Therefore, naturally, he began to resist and reject Fang Yuan subconsciously, rejecting Fang Yuan. Those with a weak spirit would be defeated by this rejection, and thus change themselves to become more popular. But Fang Yuan needed this rejection. There were more and more secrets on him, and he needed to be alone. At the same time, these people had no value in befriending him. In his memories, Qing Maro Mountain's 3 villages barely survived the wolf tide, but after that incident 2 years later, they were all annihilated. From then on, Qing Maro Mountain became an icy land of death. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to use this time to grow as much as he could, and leave the clan in time to avoid being killed. Seeing such a disadvantageous situation, Qing Shu, the number 1 rank 2 GU in the Guyue village. He had no choice but to stand up. Xiong Li, why don't we spar? He, how do you want to spar? Although Xiong Li was smiling, his expression revealed a serious expression. Guyue Qing Shu did not look at Xiong Li, but slightly raised his palm, secretly activating his prime val essence. His gaze was lowered as he looked at the green vines that were slowly growing out of his palm. He said slowly, "Let's test your strength. If you can break free from the binding of my green vines, then I'll consider it my loss." How about that? Not a bad suggestion, let's do it. Xiong Li grinned, his eyes shining brightly. He thought to himself, I already have the strength of 1 bear, and with the strength of the Grand Bear GU, I have the strength of 2 bears added together. Although the green vines are tough, with the strength of 2 bears, I can definitely break free. Xiong Jiang had already won against by Bing Yi. If I win against Qing Shu, I will definitely gain a lot of face. Qing Shu smiled warmly and did not speak anymore. He only stretched out his palms and spread them out. 2 green vines grew longer and longer from his palms, like 2 agile green pythons, climbing up Xiong Li's body and coiling around him. Xiong Li's hands were at his waist, and the green vines coiled around his arms. In an instant, there were more than 10 vines, tightly binding his hands and waist together. The other GU masters stared at this duel without blinking. Please. Qing Shu said to Xiong Li. Xiong Li's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists, starting to exert strength. The muscles on his body bulged out, as if they were huge rocks. The strength of 1 bear. Bam bam bam. The green vines, under his immense strength, started to break one by one. Ha ha ha, brother Qing Shu, it seems I have won this duel. Xiong Li used his strength while still having the strength to speak. Senior Qing Shu. Feng Zheng's hands were sweating as he watched, his face nervous. The other Guyue clan GU masters were the same. Guyue Qing Shu was their number 1, if he lost again, then the Guyue clan would lose all their face. That might not be true. Guyue Qing Shu smiled, his eyes shining with confidence. Just as he finished speaking, the green vines in his hands started to change. The original jade-green color suddenly turned dark green. At the same time, the vines became thicker, and large green vine leaves started to grow around them. Xiong Li's expression changed, feeling that the twisting force from the green vines had increased by more than 10 times. What made him even more shocked was that the green vines that he had broken grew back, connecting the broken parts together. Grand Bear GU. He knew the situation was bad, and quickly activated the Grand Bear GU in his aperture. Immediately, his hair stood up like steel needles. The muscles on his body expanded, and his whole body seemed to have swelled up a lot. The strength of 2 bears. The green vines creaked, but under such terrifying strength, they were still tenacious and unwavering, firmly restraining Xiong Li. Xiong Li's face was flushed red, and he used his greatest strength, trying to break the green vines. But in the end, he had only broken one of them, and it was difficult for him to continue any further. I lost. He took the initiative to remove the strength of the Grand Bear GU, and said while gasping for breath, "Thank you for letting me win." Qing Shu cupped his fists. He kept the green vines. Lord Qing Shu, you are really good. The Guyue clan GU masters cheered. As expected of senior Qing Shu, Big brother can't be compared to him at all. They can't be compared at all. Fang Jing stood beside Qingshu and looked at him. His eyes shimmered with a hint of reverence. Xiong Li looked at Guo Qingshu with a complicated gaze. He was improving, and obtained the brown bear innate strength GU, but Qingshu was also improving. Although he did not know what method he used, but this was his opponent. As for that Fang Yuan, he was just a newbie, and was nothing to worry about. It really is the wood charm GU. Fang Yuan looked at Qingshu from afar, and thought to himself. Xiong Li, who was facing Guo Qingshu, did not notice. On Guo Qingshu's hair, there were already 2 fresh green leaves. This was a sign of using the wood charm GU. The so-called wood charm GU was a tree spirit. Using the wood charm GU, one could turn into a tree spirit and fight. Tree spirits were very special creatures. They could directly absorb the primeval energy of heaven and earth, and use it for themselves. But GU masters could not do so, and could only use the primeval essence in their aperture. Once they used the wood charm GU and turned into a wood charm tree spirit, the GU master could directly absorb the primeval energy of heaven and earth from the air to replenish their primeval essence. It was like absorbing the natural primeval essence in Yuan stone. When ordinary GU masters fought, they could not divide their attention to absorb the natural primeval essence in Yuan stone while fighting. But after turning into a tree spirit, absorbing the primeval essence in heaven and earth was an instinct, and did not need to be distracted. This meant that GU masters who used the wood charm GU were most proficient in prolonged battles. Although their primeval essence was not inexhaustible, because of the continuous replenishment, they could fight for 3 times longer. At the same time, once they turned into a tree spirit, they could amplify GU worms like green vine GU and pine needle GU. Fang Yuan immediately thought of many things. The fusion of the wood charm GU can be said to be one of the most extravagant advancement routes in the world. It is a rank 3 GU, and needs to be fused with the 100-year lifespan GU to advance to rank 400-year wood charm. Then fuse with the 1000-year lifespan GU to become a rank 5000-year wood charm. This fusion recipe is widely known, but very few GU masters use this recipe. Because lifespan GU is more precious, most GU masters would directly use it to increase their own lifespan. In this world, if there were no disasters or illnesses, humans could only live to 100 years old. 100 years was the limit of a human's lifespan. But if lifespan GU was used, it could increase one's lifespan. 100-year lifespan GU increased one's lifespan by 100 years. 1000-year lifespan GU meant one could live for another 1000 years. Lifespan GU was extremely precious, and was sought after by everyone. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had lived for over 500 years, and had used 500-year lifespan GU. A total of 500 years of lifespan. Originally, including his original 100-year lifespan, he could have lived to 600 years. But midway, he was besieged by righteous sects, and had no choice but to self-detonate. Lifespan GU represented longevity, and could allow people to live longer. But it did not mean immortality. Although the wood charm GU is powerful, it has a flaw. That is, a GU master cannot use it for too long. If it is too long, the wood charm GU's power will affect the GU master's body, causing their muscles to turn into wood, and finally turning into a treeman corpse. In my previous life, Guo Qingshu died like this. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Normally, powerful GU worms had a huge flaw, and needed to be used in conjunction with other GU worms. Otherwise, it would have a negative effect on the GU master. Xiongjiang's roaming zombie GU was best used in conjunction with the blood chi GU. Otherwise, if he used it too much, his blood would decrease, and he would really turn into a zombie. Xiong Li's group returned to their own camp. They had first defeated by Bing Yi, and then lost to Qingshu. But even so, they still received a lot of applause and praises. Mo Yang, I want to challenge you. Come, Xiong Jiao Man, let me have a battle with you. After Xiong Li's group, the whole scene suddenly became lively. Many GU masters went out, challenging the strong enemies in their hearts, showing off their bravery. The alliance slope was in chaos, and the GU sparring was brilliant. The real GU sparring had just begun. Chapter 129. All the way until the evening, the GU competition finally ended. On the Alliance slope, the GU masters from the three clans were no longer as divided as before. GU masters filled the entire hillside, and only 3 groups of people could be vaguely seen. GU competition was a form of venting, and also a form of compromise. In this world where strength was the number one value, having strength would gain respect, and there would be a basis for cooperation. Ever since Xiong Li challenged Fang Yuan, no other GU masters came to find him. Fang Yuan was only a newbie, and had not interacted much with the GU masters of the other 2 clans, and had no grudges or feelings. As for the GU masters in the village, they would never challenge their own clansmen in such a situation. Especially when Fang Yuan admitted defeat, it made the other GU masters lose interest in him. Such a lazy, cowardly opponent, even if they won, what was there to brag about? There were 2 ways to not be stepped on. One was to become an expert, so strong that no one dared to step on you. The second was to become dogshit, and no one would bother to step on you. Fang Yuan did not care about dogshit or the reputation of an expert. He always did things by fair means or foul, and only cared about the results. No one challenged him, and this made him feel relaxed. The disdainful and contemptuous gazes of the surrounding people, he turned a blind eye. If he could not even endure these gazes, how could he talk about pursuing the demonic path? The alliance meeting ended successfully. Guyue clan, Bai clan, and Xiong clan had temporarily reached an agreement. First, issue a decree. The 3 clans temporarily threw away their past grudges, and fought against the wolf tide together. In times of danger, they had to help each other. At the same time, internal killings were prohibited, and an investigation team was set up. Once discovered, the killer would be banished from the clan, and the 3 clans would work together to punish the killer, and the killer would have to pay with his life. If the killer escaped, his family would pay with their lives. Even if the GU master died, the GU worms retrieved from the corpses had to be handed over, and those who used them privately would be charged with murder. After the GU worms were handed over, they could be exchanged for merit points. Second, set up a battle merit board. With each group as a unit, it would display the battle merits of the 3 clans. 1 lightning wolf eyeball could be exchanged for 10 merit points. Merit points could be exchanged for GU worms, Yuan stone, and other resources. The appearance of the battle merit board naturally aroused the GU master's unparalleled passion. The result of a GU battle spar could not represent the result of a real battle. Take Xiongjiang and Bai Bingyi for example. Other than the water drill GU, Bai Bingyi naturally had other offensive methods. But Xiongjiang's Shadow Bond Gu's effective range was only 10 meters. Moreover, there were many factors that could affect the outcome of any battle. GU battle sparring lacked a certain degree of persuasiveness, but the merit board provided a fairer stage for competition. The GU masters of the 3 clans did their best to hunt lightning wolves, striving for a better ranking on the battle merit board. This wasn't just about his own glory. More importantly, it concerned the reputation of the clan. This was especially true for the top 3 of the war merit list, where the competition was unprecedentedly intense. Almost every other day, there would be some changes in the rankings of the top 3. Soon, more than a month had passed. Winter passed and spring came. All living things sprouted. After a battle, Fang Yuan stepped on the snow on the ground. Panting slightly, he surveyed the battlefield around him. On the battlefield, there were more than 10 lightning wolves lying on the ground, all dead. Wolf blood and dismembered corpses could be seen everywhere, and the air was filled with a thick stench of blood. Howl, at this time, wolf howls could be heard from not far away. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. With his experience, he knew that a wolf pack was quickly approaching. If it was any other GU master, after an intense battle, the prime val essence in their aperture would be insufficient, and they would have already wanted to retreat. But Fang Yuan did not care about this, and continued to squat down, collecting the eyeballs from the wolf corpses. His movements were practiced and efficient, but even so, when he finished collecting, he was already half surrounded by the wolf pack. This was a medium-sized wolf pack, with more than 100 crippled wolves. Their green wolf eyes revealed a savage aura, staring at Fang Yuan without letting up. Fang Yuan kept the wolf eyes, smiling as he stood up. Then his figure rippled like water, slowly disappearing from the spot. The pack of wolves that were charging over immediately became restless for a while. Many crippled wolves stopped in their tracks, showing signs of hesitation and doubt. After all, they were all wild beasts, and could not understand such a magical scene. But this is also because lightning wolves mainly use their eyes to observe, and not their noses. Lightning wolves are the magical creatures of this world. Their vision is as sharp as a goshawk's, but their sense of smell is no better than a human's. My stealth scales GU can counter wild beasts like lightning wolves, but it cannot hide from a dog's nose. Fang Yuan was very clear. He had already successfully refined the stealth scales GU before the GU battle gathering. It was like a carp fossil, grey and grey, lying in Fang Yuan's Primeval Sea, letting the Primeval water flow over its lifelike scales. And the fish scales GU that Fang Yuan lacked was naturally exchanged with the black boar GU and Qing Shu. With this stealth scales GU, Fang Yuan safely escaped under the wolf pack's eyes. This kind of situation had happened many times in the past few days. Normally, wolves or dogs would have a keen sense of smell. But lightning wolves were different. They were very fast, and without sharp vision, they would crash into trees and rocks. But nature was fair. While giving them sharp eyes, it deprived them of their keen sense of smell. But the Thunder Crown wolf was different. With the stealth scales GU, Fang Yuan could easily move through a normal wolf tide. But in front of a myriad beast king like the Thunder Crown wolf, he had nowhere to hide. This was because the Thunder Crown wolf's eyes often had the electric eye GU, and this GU could see through invisibility. Other than the electric eye GU, there were many other GU worms that could detect Fang Yuan's invisibility. For example, the snake communication GU, which could sense heat. The beast language GU, which could allow a GU master to obtain information from a conversation with a wild beast. The clairvoyance GU, which could make a GU master's hearing extremely sensitive. So, with the stealth scales GU, it did not mean that Fang Yuan would be safe and sound. At most, he had a small method to protect his life. When he returned to the village, it was still noon. The spring sun shone brightly, and people came and went in front of the village. Different from previous years, most of the people on the road were GU masters, and only a few were mortals. Under the influence of the wolf tide, the wilderness was not safe. The hunters did not dare to hunt in the mountains, and the farmlands were abandoned. On the streets, the morale of the GU masters was high. One by one, they returned from the outside with bloodstains, or set off in high spirits. They were either discussing their ranking on the battle merit board, or discussing their experiences in killing lightning wolves, or discussing the outstanding GU masters of other villages. Fang Yuan mixed into the crowd and entered the village, arriving at the square in front of the clan head pavilion. There was a platform set up in the square, and it was the place to exchange battle merits. Large numbers of GU masters gathered here, and the rank 1 GU masters recorded. A portion of the rank 2 GU masters squeezed together, exchanging their bloodstained wolf eyes for battle merits. There was also a portion of the rank 2 GU masters who used their bloodstained wolf eyes to exchange for battle merits. In the middle of the square, a huge banner was erected, and the words of this world were written on it. It was constantly changing. This was the battle merit board, and on it were more than 10 swimword GU. The rank 1 swimword GU was controlled by the rank 1 logistics GU masters, and could be changed into words on the banner at will. Ch. Why is the first place still by clans by Bingyi group? Someone looked at the battle merit board and frowned. Let me see, by Bingyi is first, my clan's Qing Shu group is second, Xiong Li group is third, my group, 137th. Some GU masters were silently counting. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, it changed. Qing Shu group got first place. They pushed the by clans sickly group down. On the battle merit board, the words that marked the second place Qing Shu group suddenly moved, climbing up. Pulling the first place by Bingyi group down with one hand, then ascended to first place himself, and at the same time used his foot to step on it. Such a human-like action on the words was naturally done by the GU master controlling the swim word GU. Seeing this interesting change, the GU masters in the square burst into laughter, and gave the Qing Shu group a thumbs up, praising them endlessly. The rank 1 GU master controlling the swim word GU was even more excited, his face glowing with excitement. Lord Qing Shu, you are indeed the number 1 GU master among us rank 2 GU masters. Lord Qing Shu, you are really good. Guo Qing Shu walked in the crowd, waiting with a smile. Behind him, Guo Fangjing clenched his fists and followed suit, his expression showing excitement. The surrounding praises assaulted him, filling the young man's burning heart that thirsted for glory. This made Fangjing feel that he was walking on a bright path, and unknowingly, his recognition towards the clan deepened. Big brother. He was surprised to see Fang Yuan standing silently in the crowd, watching with his arms crossed. Big brother, you're still alone, all by yourself. No wonder your group was at the bottom of the battle merit board from the start. Only by opening your heart and joining the group can you feel the warmth and happiness of the clan. Fangjing sighed in his heart, suddenly feeling that Fang Yuan was somewhat pitiful and sad. Like Fang Yuan, fighting alone without any companions, he could not feel the kinship of the clan, nor the friendship in the battlefield. Facing everything alone, not only was it dangerous, it was also boring. Living alone, if there was no friendship, love, kinship, what was the point of living? Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, silently looking at the battle merit board that was erected high above. No doubt, the last position of the battle merit board was written Fang Yuan Group. Other GU masters, seeing this, would feel ashamed. But Fang Yuan's gaze was very calm, not minding it. After he was promoted to group leader by Guo Bo, he had never thought of recruiting other group members. He was a lone group leader, the most special group among the 3 clans of Qing Marrow Mountain. There was only him. Of course his daily hunting results were not as much as the other groups. Of course, with Fang Yuan's current individual strength, if he really exploded out, he would definitely not be the last. But this was meaningless to Fang Yuan. He did not need battle merits, he had stockpiled living necessities and food for GU worms. He had planned to use battle merits to exchange for a fish-scale GU, but now he did not need it. He hunted lightning wolves every day, one was to keep up with the weather, and the other was to accumulate some battle merits to exchange for moon orchid petals. After all, his Moonglow GU still needed this kind of food. Half a month passed in a flash, and the atmosphere of spring was getting stronger. Trees were growing green, and wildflowers were blooming by the roadside. The warm spring wind was intoxicating, and the GU masters were singing triumphantly in battle, the situation getting better. Fang Yuan walked on the streets, seeing everyone's smiling faces, and hearing praises and praises of bravery. Of course, there were some GU masters who were deeply worried, frowning. These GU masters were mostly elderly, with rich life experiences, and knew that the true wolf tide would only come in summer and autumn. Fang Yuan's mind was clear. The reason for this situation is because of the alliance of the 3 clans, lowering their guard against each other. Thus, more GU masters are involved in resisting the wolf tide. The second reason is that the lightning wolves that are being exterminated are only crippled wolves. The third reason is that spring has arrived, and the lightning wolves in the wolf tide are busy mating and reproducing. When summer comes, the truly strong wolf groups will flood in from all directions. This will cause huge casualties to the 3 clans. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. This year's wolf tide would surpass history, reaching an unprecedented level. Even the clan higher-ups had greatly underestimated the severity of the wolf tide. In his memories, most of the GU masters would die. The accumulated resources of the 3 clans would be used up. Fang Yuan had never thought of reminding the clan higher-ups. Firstly, even if he did, the clan might not take his suggestion seriously. Taking it seriously would be more troublesome, and he would not be able to explain the source of this information. Secondly, there was no point in reminding them, this was the difference in strength. Thirdly, and most importantly, reminding the clan was not in his best interests. I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. What kinship, friendship, love, they were just embellishments in life. How could they compare to a man's ambitions? On Earth, Xiongyu wanted to cook Liu Bang's father. Han Taizu Liu Bang laughed and said, "Cook it, don't forget to give me a piece of meat." Tang Taizong Li Shimin killed his brother at Xuanwu sect, and Cao Cao's army ran out of rations, so he killed and cooked human jerky as rations. Liu Bei borrowed Jingju, but never returned it. The values and morals that the higher-ups promoted were just tools to maintain their rule. If they were really bound by these, how could they achieve anything great? For those who stepped into a truly high position, whose hands were not stained with blood, stepping on corpses, the primitive accumulation of capital by capitalists was always bloody. Any politician was dirty. The so-called philanthropists used money to exchange for social fame. But the successful ones mostly covered up their unbearable past. Those who were deceived by the autobiographies of the successful ones were fools. These fools are everywhere, they are bound by their emotions and morals, they deserve to be ruled, fooled, and manipulated. What's even more tragic is that when they see others not bound, they would jump out and criticize them, trying to instill such values into the free people, not wanting to see others having more freedom than them. And in the process, I even enjoyed an inexplicable sense of moral superiority and happiness. Fang Yuan thought of this as he looked at the Jiyu masters walking beside him. These people only had a body full of ability, and some of them even had a higher cultivation than him. But what use was that? They were just pawns, slave dogs that were bound. Actually, what truly restricted a person's achievements was not their talent, but their thoughts. In any organization, from birth, a person would be instilled with values and brainwashed. If you want to achieve something extraordinary, you have to break out of the collar of your mind. Unfortunately, most people were tightly bound by the chains, forced to move forward, and even treated the chains as a symbol of glory. Fang Yuan thought to himself, and could not help but laugh coldly. After exiting the gates of the stronghold, he collected his scattered thoughts. There was an important matter today. He was preparing to enter the rock crack secret cave again. Chapter 130. The stone forest was still filled with a dark red light. Stone pillars hung down from the top of the cave, like giant trees that reached the sky. It was a magnificent sight. It has been over a month since I last came here. Fang Yuan thought, feeling helpless. Ever since the three clans formed an alliance, they had been sweeping away the surrounding wolf groups, causing Jiyu masters to appear near the rock crack and secret cave. Under such circumstances, even if Fang Yuan had the stealth scales Jiyu to conceal himself, he would still be in danger of being exposed. Fang Yuan did things cautiously, and his 500 years of life had nurtured him enough patience. During this period of time, he had been restraining his desires and did not come here. Only until winter passed and spring arrived, when the remaining wolves were wiped out and there were fewer Jiyu masters coming in and out, did Fang Yuan take a big detour in the outer sect and use the stealth scales Jiyu to conceal himself all the way here. Over a month had passed, and on the previously cleared path, there were more stone monkey groups migrating over. But fortunately, the number of monkey groups was small. Fang Yuan spent some effort, killing the monkey groups and advancing, finally reaching the center of the stone forest. Under the shadow of the huge stone pillars, an obviously man-made cave appeared in front of him. In the cave, rough stone steps led to the dark underground. Fang Yuan activated the white jade Jiyu, and his body was covered in a layer of faint jade light as he carefully walked down the steps. His left hand held a torch, and his right hand was shining with moonlight. The moonglow Jiyu was ready to go. The surroundings were dark, and even with the torch, it could only light up a distance of 5 steps. In this situation, it would be much better if there was a Jiyu worm to illuminate the surroundings. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not have such a rich family background. One step at a time. After walking for a while, he finally reached the end of the stone steps. A crudely made stone door appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Golden Centipede Cave is a fatal disaster. Use earth listening to avoid it. Fang Yuan raised the torch and found some words carved on the stone door. Earth listening, Golden Centipede. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes shining brightly as he seemed to have understood something. If I am not wrong. He squatted down and touched the ground with his hand. Soon, he touched the moist ground in front of the stone door. Got it. His heart was filled with joy. He used his hands to dig up the soil, and sure enough, he found a sepulchre flower. His heart gently pushed aside the petals. He took out a GU worm from the heart of the flower. This GU was quite special. It looked like a human ear, just a little smaller, and its entire body was an earthy yellow color. Dry and dull. Pinching it in his hand, it felt a little shriveled, like a pickled radish with a little warmth. Around the ears, roots extended outwards. There were dozens of these slender roots, and they looked like the roots of ginseng. This was a rank 2 grass GU, people called it earth communication ear grass. Looking at the earth communication ear grass in his hand, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed a few times. This earth communication ear grass came in time and could be used for scouting. It was perfect for him. The earth communication ear grass had a huge advantage, and that was its detection range of 300 steps. This range was quite outstanding among rank 2 investigative GU worms. Moreover, the earth communication eargrass was easy to feed. Its food source was the ginseng's roots. This world's southern border was filled with deep mountains and forests. Ginseng was much more abundant than on Earth. Hunters would go hunting in the mountains and pick some from time to time. Especially ginseng, it was easy to store. As long as it was dry and sealed, it could be stored for a long time at room temperature. Moon orchid's petals would wither in a few days, but ginseng roots could be stored for a long time. GU worms are raised, used, and refined. These three aspects are broad and profound, with extraordinary profundities. Although the earth communication eargrass is easy to raise, it is quite troublesome to use. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He pinched the earth communication eargrass in his hand and secretly activated his true essence. In an instant, he had refined it. The earth communication eargrass was very outstanding, and its detection range was comparable to many rank 3 GU worms. But the heavens were fair. To use the earth communication eargrass, refining it was not enough, there was a price to be paid. Like the zombie GU and wood charm GU, they had to be used together with other GU worms. Otherwise, if they were used for a long time, the GU master's body would be corroded and turn into a real zombie or tree man. Many GU worms cannot be used just by refining them, as they require some special conditions. This earth communication eargrass is one of them. If I had this GU, I would be able to scout out the situation and be able to move freely in the wolf tide. I could even make use of this wolf tide to achieve some goals. Fang Yuan pondered for a while, and decided to use this earth communication eargrass. The gains were greater than the losses, so even if he had to pay the price, it was nothing for the future. No matter which world, without effort, how can there be gains? Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, and kept the earth communication eargrass in his aperture. He looked deeply at the stone door, and turned to leave. If he was not wrong, there was a danger on the other side of the stone door. He needed to use the earth communication eargrass to avoid it. Fang Yuan left the secret cave, but did not return to the village. Instead, he walked a few rounds outside, and after killing a few lone wolves and obtaining a few pairs of wolf eyeballs, he returned. He was still last on the battle merit board. Walking on the street, some GU masters who recognized him looked at him with mocking and disdainful gazes. Fang Yuan did not care, and continued to do as he pleased. In the following days, he used his meager battle merit points to exchange for ginseng roots, and fed the earth communication eargrass, allowing it to recover to a state of full vitality. Most of the clan's attention was drawn by the wolf tide, and no one paid attention to Fang Yuan. If it was before, perhaps his uncle and aunt would still pester him, but ever since Fang Yuan sold the family assets, there was no more movement from them. It was hard to do things openly, but easy to do things secretly. Soon, Fang Yuan quietly and smoothly completed some preparations. This night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moon was like a jade plate hanging high in the sky, and the gentle night curtain was like a veil, covering Qing Maro Mountain. From time to time, a wolf's howl could be heard from afar. Fang Yuan shut the doors and windows tightly, and stood naked on the floor of the rented house. On the small table in front of him, there was a basin filled with warm water, and next to the basin was a white cloth, and on the white cloth was a sharp dagger. Even the floor he was standing on was covered with a thick layer of cloth. Strands of moonlight passed through the cracks of the window, shining on the table. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, and he grabbed the dagger. On the shiny blade, it emitted a cold light, and could be used as a mirror. Under the dim light, the young man's eyebrows were reflected on the dagger. It emitted a kind of coldness. At this moment, Fang Yuan could not help but think of a martial arts manual on Earth, Sunflower Treasured Manual. The first sentence on the first page of Sunflower Treasured Manual was, to train in this technique. Castrate yourself. To obtain strength quickly, there must be sacrifice and sacrifice. So what if you castrate yourself? Without this kind of cruel decisiveness and sacrifice, how can you achieve your ambitions, and realize your ambitions? Wanting to get something without sacrifice, that is a fairy tale to deceive children. In Fang Yuan's current situation, to be able to use this earth communication ear grass, what's the price to pay? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He used the pad of his finger to gently stroke the cold blade. Softly chanting, the moon was like frost in the night, the blade was especially cold. Without killing in the harsh winter, how can spring be seen? As soon as he finished speaking, he struck like lightning. His hand rose and the blade fell, blood splattered. A piece of meat fell on the table, Fang Yuan's entire right ear was cut off. Blood spurted out. At that moment, he first felt his ear go cold, and then an intense pain assaulted him. He gritted his teeth, and took a deep breath. Resisting the pain, he summoned the earth communication ear grass from his aperture. This earth communication ear grass had been raised by him to be full of life. It was already different from when he just took it out. When he first took it out from the earth treasury flower, it was dull and shriveled, but now it was warm and meaty, fat and big as an adult's palm. Touching it in his hand, it was full of elasticity, like the ear of a Buddha statue on earth. Fang Yuan pressed the earth communication ear grass to the wound on the side of his head, and a wave of red steel primeval essence poured into it. The roots of the earth communication ear grass immediately received a burst of energy, and started to grow at a visible speed, taking root at Fang Yuan's wound. This was another wave of pain. Fang Yuan felt as if there were tens of earthworms drilling into his brain from the wound. This feeling was not only painful, but also disgusting. Normally, during this process, GU masters would use other GU worms to numb their nerves. But Fang Yuan did not have such conditions, and could only rely on his steel-like willpower to forcibly endure it. After all, it was a young man's body, and Fang Yuan's body could not help but sway as he endured such intense pain. More and more roots extended into the wound. Slowly, the earth communication ear grass and the bloody wound fused together, becoming Fang Yuan's new right ear. In the end, the wound no longer bled, and there was not even a scar. But Fang Yuan's face was pale, and the pain only decreased slightly, but it still tormented him. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his heart beat rapidly. At this point, he was already halfway to success, but Fang Yuan's body still needed time to adapt to the earth communication ear grass. He first took out a mirror, and looked at himself in the faint moonlight. In the mirror, his face was pale, and his brows were slightly furrowed. The left ear was small, while the right ear was more than twice the size, and was somewhat deformed. Fang Yuan was not surprised, and after looking at it for a while, he felt satisfied that there were no problems. He put down the mirror, and took out a cloth, dipping it in the warm water in the basin, and started to wipe the bloodstains on his body. He was not wearing any clothes, so it was very easy to clean up the bloodstains. Some of the bloodstains flowed to his feet, but were absorbed by the cotton cloth that was laid on the floor beforehand. Fang Yuan cleaned up the bloodstains, and finally picked up his original right ear from the table. He snorted coldly, and activated the Moonglow GU in his palm. Then, he minced his right ear into minced meat to destroy the evidence. The remaining basin of blood was carried by Fang Yuan to the bottom of the bed, and a piece of coal was thrown in. After doing all this, Fang Yuan lay down on the bed. The pain had already decreased by more than half, but it still tormented him. Fang Yuan felt waves of pain in his head, and along with his heartbeat, it was throbbing. After an unknown amount of time, he finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 131. By the time Fang Yuan woke up, it was already noon of the next day. His head no longer hurt, the pain had disappeared. He subconsciously touched his ear, and the feeling was the same as before. It was as if the ear-cutting incident last night had never happened. He got up from the bed. The first thing he did was to find a mirror and look at himself. In the mirror, a young man's face was revealed. He wasn't handsome, but his pair of pitch-black and deep eyes made him seem extraordinary, revealing a trace of an unusual cold charm. The young man's ears were the same size, no difference. When he planted the earth communication ear grass last night, Fang Yuan's right ear was fat and big, the earlobe almost reaching his chin. But now it had become normal, and from the outside, there was no difference at all. This was because his body and the earth communication ear grass had gotten used to each other. Fang Yuan's heart moved, and from his aperture, he transferred a small amount of red steel primeval essence. The primeval essence flowed along his body, all the way up to his right ear. Immediately, his hearing increased by several times, and the footsteps of countless people entered his ears. Although he was on the second floor, he had the illusion that he was stepping on the ground. Fang Yuan listened attentively, his primeval essence continued to move, and his hearing also increased. In the mirror, roots were slowly growing out of his right ear. These roots were like the roots of a 1,000-year-old ginseng, spreading out from the ear, sparse and growing, drooping towards the ground. At the same time, his right ear also showed signs of growing bigger and fatter. Fang Yuan tried to stop activating the earth communication ear grass, and after a second, the roots that grew out from the ear all retracted back, and his right ear also returned to its normal shape. Of course, his hearing also returned to its original state. This way, I have an investigative GU. Fang Yuan put on his clothes, and took out a water basin from under the bed. The dark red blood water from last night, because of the coal that was thrown in, had already turned into a pool of black dirty water. The blood towel that was soaked in it was the same. The original blood red and white color had been covered by the black-gray color. It was easy for people to associate it with the greasy rag in the kitchen. This basin of water was carried out. Even if he poured it out in front of other people, he wouldn't give himself away. Summer was coming, and many of the clansmen had to clean the furnaces that had been used for the entire winter. It would often produce such a basin of dirty water. Striking while the iron was hot, Fang Yuan entered the secret cave again. This time, he did not come empty-handed. Instead, he caught a young deer in the wild, tied its 4 hooves with hemp rope, covered its mouth with a metal cover, and used the stealth scales GU to conceal his body, bringing it to the stone door. He was not in a hurry to push the door open. Instead, he activated the earth communication ear grass. The ginseng roots extended from the sides of his ears, and his hearing was instantly amplified several times. Dong dong dong. First, he heard a faint sound. A slow heartbeat. As the roots grew longer and longer, the heartbeat grew louder and louder. At the same time, the source of the heartbeat also increased. Fang Yuan didn't need to think to know that these heartbeats were coming from the jade-eyed stone monkeys in the stone forest behind him. He closed his eyes and could imagine it in his mind. These strange sounds were like snails living in their own caves, curling up their bodies and sleeping. But these weren't what he wanted to sense. He continued to listen. His right ear had become a little fat, and the roots on his ears were 1/2 meter long. The roots were spiritual. They extended to the stone door, digging into a very shallow depth. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt that his hearing had received a huge boost. With him as the center, he could sense the countless sounds within a radius of 300 steps. This was the true use of the earth communication ear grass. Previously in the village, he had only dabbled in it. If the earth communication ear grass's roots did not touch the ground, its detection range could only be considered average among rank 2 GU worms. But once the roots were rooted in the ground, its detection range would receive a qualitative increase. This was easy to understand. Using the theory on Earth, The speed of sound transmission was related to the medium. The speed of sound transmission on the ground and in water was much faster than in the air. In ancient China, some soldiers would sleep with a wooden quiver as their pillow. Once there was a cavalry attack, the soldiers would be woken up by the sound transmitted through the ground. If the sound was transmitted through the air, they would not be able to react in time. The roots were rooted in the stone door, and Fang Yuan immediately felt the movement behind the stone door. It was a series of sparse sounds that were very subtle and dense. Compared to this sound, the stone monkey's heartbeat was like the beating of a drum. If it was a newbie using the earth communication ear grass for the first time, they would have to think hard to guess what it was. But this sound was within Fang Yuan's expectations. But after listening for a while, his brows gradually furrowed. He pushed the stone door open. The stone door was heavy, but he had the strength of 2 boars now, so it didn't take much effort. The stone door opened, and in front of him was a dark and serene tunnel. It stretched out horizontally, leading to the unknown and mysterious. Fang Yuan untied the deer he caught and threw it into the tunnel ahead. The deer was very intelligent, and it could sense the danger in the darkness ahead, not daring to move forward. Its big eyes looked at Fang Yuan, revealing a look of fear and pleading. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, and swung his hand with a moonblade. The moonblade was controlled by Fang Yuan to not be too powerful, and it slashed diagonally, leaving a shallow wound on the deer's body. Blood gushed out, and under the pain, the deer's fear of Fang Yuan took over, and it frantically ran forward in the darkness. The darkness quickly swallowed it. Fang Yuan urged the earth communication ear grass again, and this time, the roots were rooted in the wall beside him. With his hearing improved, the first thing Fang Yuan heard was the deer's hurried footsteps, its heartbeat, and then a sudden wave of sparse sounds. In the Golden Centipede Cave, one could use the earth communication eargrass to avoid disaster. Fang Yuan knew that these sparse sounds were the sound of centipedes crawling. Suddenly, he heard the deer's frightened cry. Obviously, it had barged into the worm's nest and encountered centipedes. Fang Yuan immediately imagined a scene in his mind. The deer was panicking, and the centipedes swarmed it like a tide, surrounding it. The deer spun around in fear, stomping its young hooves, and whining as it felt the aura of death. The countless centipedes climbed onto its body. The deer fell to the ground, rolling around and struggling violently. But after a short while, its heart stopped beating. The centipedes covered its body, and started to devour the deer's flesh. Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly focused, and he suddenly heard a special sound. The buzzing sound was like a buzzing chainsaw. It was filled with an insolent, rude, and barbaric aura. If it were a newbie, they would be very confused. But with Fang Yuan's rich experience, he immediately guessed the identity of the voice's source. A rank 3 wild GU worm, chainsaw golden centipede. This was the king of the centipedes, the true killer of the Golden Centipede Cave. Fang Yuan could totally imagine it, a meter-long, 2 fists wide golden centipede, suddenly turning from stillness and crawling. On both sides of the centipede's body, there was a row of sharp, silver serrated teeth. As it crawled, these serrated teeth also moved rapidly, like a chainsaw. The chainsaw golden centipede's arrival immediately caused the centipede group to go silent. It came in a fierce manner, and everywhere it went, the centipede group would scatter, revealing the deer's body that still had more than half left. It climbed onto the deer's body, and opened its mouth, absorbing the deer's blood and devouring the deer's meat. When it encountered the deer's skeleton, it rolled up its body, and used the serrated teeth to lightly twist, easily grinding the bones into powder. Even the white jade goose defense cannot withstand the chainsaw golden centipede's soaring. It seems that the flower wine monk wants me to use this earth communication ear grass to avoid this chainsaw golden centipede. But I have the spring autumn cicada. It is not impossible to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede. A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He was excited at the sight of the prey. The chainsaw golden centipede was an excellent GU worm, and if he could use it, it would definitely be a powerful method. But to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede underground, even a rank 4 GU master would have to spend a lot of effort. Capturing and killing were 2 completely different things. The former's difficulty was much higher than the latter. Wild GU worms were mostly cunning, and if the chainsaw golden centipede saw something amiss, it would burrow into the ground and escape. If a GU master did not have the ability to burrow into the ground, how could he pursue it? But Fang Yuan had the spring-autumn cicada. As long as he caught this chainsaw golden centipede and leaked a trace of its aura, it would definitely make this worm cower, not daring to move. The spring-autumn cicada was rank 6, and its aura had a strong deterrent effect on rank 1 to rank 4 GU worms. But against rank 5 GU worms, the effect was not great. As for other rank 6 GU of the same rank, there was no deterrent effect at all. This phenomenon was very interesting. Actually, thinking about it, human society was the same. Facing outstanding people, people would often admire, and worship them. But towards people who were only slightly better than themselves, they would dare to offend them, thus it was usually competition and jealousy. But I am only at rank 2 middle stage. It is not impossible to subdue a rank 3 chainsaw golden centipede now, but the timing is a bit too early. Fang Yuan muttered. A rank 2 GU master was of course most suitable and handy to use rank 2 GU worms. Of course, rank 2 GU masters could also have rank 3 or even rank 4 GU worms. But this was not a common phenomenon. Firstly, the higher the rank of the GU worm, the higher the cost of feeding it. Secondly, the higher the rank, the more inconvenient it was to use the GU worm, and a certain price had to be paid. It was like a baby waving a large hammer. If it tried to forcefully swing it, it was very likely that the weight of the hammer would pull its muscles and smash its own feet. The fawn has already alarmed the entire worm swarm. I'm afraid it will take at least 10 days to half a month for this swarm to truly calm down. Now that I have probed it, I have already verified my guess, but it is not a good time to continue exploring. Why don't I put it aside for now, and take it easy? This matter cannot be rushed. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan closed the stone door again, and used the stealth scales GU to retreat. Chapter 132. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire Qing Maro Mountain, as if a storm was brewing. On a remote hillside, a dozen strong lightning wolves bared their teeth and growled, surrounding Fang Yuan. These wolves had all 4 limbs, no longer the crippled wolves from before. If it was any other rank 2 GU master, being surrounded like this alone, they would be in despair. But right now, the situation was the exact opposite. Fang Yuan stood at his original position, calm and collected. As for the lightning wolves surrounding him, there was a hint of nervousness and fear in their expressions. The battle had already been going on for a while. On this bloody battlefield, a few lightning wolves had already fallen, silently showing off Fang Yuan's achievements. Kill! Fang Yuan shouted in his heart. As the person being surrounded, he took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and pounced towards a lightning wolf on his left. This lightning wolf was so frightened that it took a small step back. Then, its fierce nature was stimulated. Its strong limbs suddenly jumped, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. In the air, the lightning wolf opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He did not dodge, but swung his right hand. Whoosh! An eerie blue moonblade flew out horizontally, piercing through the air and hitting the lightning wolf's open mouth. With a kai sound, this unfortunate lightning wolf was instantly cut into 2 from mouth to tail by this moonblade. Boiling wolf blood spurted out with a splash, falling like a rain of blood. Fang Yuan's body shone with a white jade light, rushing through the rain of blood. He rampaged through the wolf pack. The lightning wolf pack reacted, surrounding him from all directions. They opened their mouths to bite, but under the defense of the white jade GU, they crushed their teeth. Their claws also returned empty-handed. Fang Yuan punched and kicked. With the strength of 2 boars, one lightning wolf after another was kicked away by him, or their skulls were directly smashed. They died on the spot. He had the upper hand. But good times did not last long. The prime val essence in his aperture was depleting quickly. Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and his cultivation was rank 2 middle stage. At most, his true essence was less than 50%. Seeing that his prime val essence was about to be exhausted, but there were still a few lightning wolves left, Fang Yuan couldn't help but think, stealth scales parasite. Instantly, his figure rippled like water and gradually disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. The lightning wolves stood still, not knowing what to do. They let out angry howls and began to patrol the hillside again, but to no avail. Fang Yuan was not far away, watching the lightning wolf's movements while taking out a yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence. At the same time, he continued to activate the stealth scales GU. Lightning wolves had outstanding eyesight. However, his sense of smell was not very sensitive. Fang Yuan used the stealth scales GU to restrain them. When his true essence recovered to 30%, the pack of lightning wolves finally retreated unwillingly. Fang Yuan didn't have a movement-type GU worm. If the lightning wolf really retreated, his speed wouldn't be able to keep up with it. Thus, he removed the stealth scales GU. He revealed himself. Howl. When these lightning wolves saw Fang Yuan, it was as if they saw their father's murderer, and they all rushed towards him. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. When the lightning wolves were in front of him, he fiercely punched with his right fist. His right fist was covered with a layer of faint white jade light. It was incomparably hard. He fiercely hit the waist of a lightning wolf. Instantly, there was a crisp crack. This unfortunate lightning wolf was sent flying far away by Fang Yuan's attack, its lumbar vertebra already fractured. It fell to the ground, frantically struggling and howling, but could no longer get up. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was now abundant, and his battle strength was strong. In a short while, he killed another 4 lightning wolves. The remaining few lightning wolves had completely lost their will to fight. They looked at Fang Yuan in fear, letting out whimpering sounds, then turned around and ran away with their tails between their legs. Fang Yuan stood still, not giving chase. In terms of speed, he couldn't compare to these lightning wolves, so chasing was useless. The ground was littered with wolf corpses, all Fang Yuan's spoils of war. But Fang Yuan was cautious, and did not rush to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. Earth communication ear grass. He half squatted down, using his palm to support himself, his right ear facing the ground. The ginseng roots on his ear grew out, stabbing into the soil one by one. Immediately, his hearing ability increased by several times, and everything within a radius of 300 steps was within his detection range. Countless sounds entered his ears. But there were no wolf packs attacking, or the footsteps of other GU masters. It's safe for now. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, took out his dagger, and started to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. These eyeballs, he only handed over a small portion, and kept the rest. If he handed them all over, such a battle result would definitely attract suspicion, and even secret investigations. Of course, Fang Yuan would try his best to avoid such trouble. After digging out the eyeballs of these lightning wolves, Fang Yuan immediately left this place. After killing another 2 wolf packs, the dark clouds in the sky had become extremely thick. The wind started to howl, blowing the green pine trees in the forest, and the leaves rustled. Howl. The howls of a large number of lightning wolves could be heard in the wind. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. According to his memories, today was the day the wolf tide would truly erupt. Using the earth communication ear grass again, Fang Yuan did not hear the sound of a large number of lightning wolves rushing over. He was not surprised, and instead calmed down. This meant that the distance between him and the lightning wolves was at least 300 steps. This distance, along with his own speed, and his familiarity with the terrain, was enough for him to safely return to the village. These lightning wolves are cunning, attacking in this kind of weather. The howling of the wind, the rustling of the pines, to a large extent, cover them up. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, running at his fastest speed towards the village. After running for a few hundred meters, he bumped into a group of 5 GU masters. Ayo, it's Guye Fang Yuan. A young GU master in the group noticed Fang Yuan and immediately raised his eyebrows, greeting him in a strange tone. He was Guye Peng, Fang Yuan's classmate. During his days in the academy, he was naturally bullied and extorted by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently, his speed not changing as he brushed past him, not giving him a chance to speak again. This guy. Gu Peng was momentarily stunned, and immediately a stifling feeling welled up in his heart, slowing down his pace. He still had not found a chance to ridicule Fang Yuan. Little Peng. Quickly catch up. If we want to maintain our position on the battle merit board today, we need to kill at least 50 lightning wolves. The group leader opened his mouth. Gu Peng's angry expression immediately disappeared, and he hurriedly caught up with the group leader's footsteps. My current group. Rank 75 on the battle merit board. That Fang Yuan is at the bottom of the 200 rankings. Such a difference is like heaven and earth. Speaking of which, I am also very lucky to meet a senior like the group leader who takes care of the newcomers. From the Wolf Tide till now, I have already gained a GU worm with the battle merit that I have received. My future is bright. How can Fang Yuan compare to me? Thinking about it, Gu Peng felt much more balanced in his heart, and even felt a sense of bliss. In this world, what can one achieve by fighting alone? Many people add fuel to the flames. The strength of unity is even greater. Clansmen are still the most reliable. With the help of the clan's strength, us newcomers can have a better and safer development. That Fang Yuan. What an idiot, he really thinks he's someone. Coincidentally solved the problem of the rank 5 river swallowing toad, and now his tail is up in the sky. Although he became the group leader, he didn't even recruit a single member. He deserves to be at the bottom. Hee. But come to think of it, with such a weird personality, how can he recruit members? Thinking of this, Gu Peng's footsteps became much lighter. After running for a while, he strangely did not encounter a single wolf pack. Gu Peng raised his head to look at the sky. Although it was still afternoon, the sky had already turned dusky. The wind whistled over, and the dark clouds above their heads were extremely dense. They were churning rapidly, brewing thunder and torrential rain. But Gu Peng was not the least bit afraid, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. He thought in his heart, He, Fang Yuan returned in such a hurry, it must be because he is worried about this rainstorm. What a coward, what can a rainstorm do to him? Right at this time, the group leader's expression suddenly changed, and he gasped with his mouth wide open. Group leader, what happened? The other four's gazes were naturally attracted to him. In this GU master group, this group leader was in charge of scouting. Although he was also a rank 2 GU master, his scouting GU worm naturally did not have a large range like Fang Yuan's earth communication eargrass. At this moment, his face was pale, and he did not have the desire to explain further. Run! He screamed in fear, and under the shocked gazes of the other four, he turned and ran. Quickly follow group leader. The other group members were not stupid, and after they reacted, they immediately broke into a run. Howl. Continuous wolf howls came from behind, and from the sound, one could tell that there were more than 1,000 lightning wolves. The 5 people in the group were all pale, breathing heavily as they ran with all their might. Wait for me. Gu Peng ran with all his might, but he was still at the back. He screamed for help in panic. He could already feel the breathing of the lightning wolves behind him. But what made him despair was that the group leader who usually took care of him did not even turn his head around. The companions who usually patted their chests and talked about brotherhood and family did not seem to hear his screams. Howl. Behind Gu Peng's ears, a wolf's howl suddenly came. The next moment, he felt a huge pressure from behind him, and in an instant, he fell to the ground. He fell on the ground, feeling dizzy from the fall. He subconsciously used all his strength, and turned his head to resist. Catcher. In the sky, a lightning snake suddenly flashed. In the darkness, a bold lightning wolf's figure was immediately illuminated. Its body was twice the size of a normal lightning wolf, the fur on its body stood up, and in the corner of its mouth, silver-sharp teeth could be seen. Gu Peng's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and a thought reverberated in his mind: 100 Beast King. The wolf pack in the wolf den was huge, and not only were there 3 10,000 Beast King level Thundercrown wolves, there were also 100 Beast King level Bold Lightning wolves and 1,000 Beast King level Frenzy Lightning wolves. In the next second, the Bold Lightning wolf opened its mouth, and with a crisp sound, it bit off Gu Peng's entire head. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground. The Bold Lightning wolf lowered its head, and started to suck the blood from Gu Peng's neck, and gnawed on its flesh. Countless lightning wolves ran past its body. Rumble, the sound of thunder never stopped. Hua hua hua, the heavy rain started to pour. The real wolf tide had arrived. Chapter 133. The rain poured down, and the lightning snakes danced in the sky, continuing for an entire night. Fang Yuan laid on his bed, hearing the shouts of the Jiyu masters outside, and the sound of their footsteps in the rain. He squinted his eyes, and the memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, when the wolf tide came, he was still a rank 1 Jiyu master. Thus, as a logistical force, he hid in the village and escaped the disaster. But in this life, he was already a rank 2 middle stage Jiyu master, and with the 4-flavor liquorworm, he was making big strides towards upper stage. Thus, he had to be like the other rank 2 Jiyu masters, defending against the wolf tide in the middle of the night. It's raining so heavily outside, and I still have to fight against the lightning wolf pack in the dark. I'm really looking for trouble. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. He was not sleeping in the rented house, but in an inn. If he was in the rented house, he would definitely be captured by others. The clan's higher-ups have undoubtedly underestimated the wolf pack's battle strength. The most correct method is to hole up in the village and defend. Unfortunately, they were blinded by their past experiences. Fang Yuan thought as he turned around on his bed. Outside the window, the rain poured down, covering the sky and earth. The rumbling of thunder could be heard continuously. On the streets, the sounds of Jiyu masters' urgent movements, footsteps, and angry shouts never stopped. At this moment, the wolf howls were extremely close to the village. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it was the Jiyu masters who risked their lives and left the village to fight, or the mortals who hid in their homes and shivered, or even Fang Yuan, who slept until midnight and woke up naturally. He did not get up either. In the darkness, he laid on his bed with his eyes open. The sounds outside the window entered his ears. Others were fighting for their lives, and one could imagine the thunderstorm outside the village. The Jiyu masters and the wolf pack formed a lively and bustling stage. No matter which character it was, they were showing their true colors. Entering the role of a character, this was a good show. But Fang Yuan did not have the slightest awareness of entering the role. Instead, he felt an indescribable loneliness. Boundless loneliness. This was not because he was a transmigrator or a reincarnated person who carried secrets that could not be divulged. Instead, everyone was born to be lonely. Humans were like floating islands, drifting in the ocean of fate. When people met, it was like a collision between floating islands. As long as it was a collision, there would definitely be an impact. Sometimes, the lone floating ice islands stuck together in the name of interests, kinship, friendship, love, and hatred. But in the end, they will all be separated. Walking alone to destruction. This is the truth of life. It was a pity that people were always afraid of loneliness. They were always greedy for lively crowds and were unwilling to be idle. Because when they faced loneliness, they would often face pain. But once a person could face this kind of pain, they would often have talent and courage. Therefore, there is a saying, the outstanding must be lonely. This is the taste of loneliness. Every time I taste it, my determination to pursue the devil's path is strengthened. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but think of the story of the human ancestor. Speaking of which, Renzu obtained Attitude Jiyu. Attitude Jiyu was like a mask, Renzu was heartless. He couldn't wear it. Because before, Renzu had already given his heart to the Hope Jiyu, and from then on, he was no longer afraid of difficulties. But if Renzu wanted to use Attitude Jiyu, he needed a heart. Renzu felt troubled, and asked Attitude Jiyu for advice. He said, "Oh Jiyu, attitude can sometimes say everything. You know the problem I am facing now, so I want to ask you for advice." Attitude Jiyu said, "This is actually not difficult. Oh Renzu, you are currently lacking a heart, you only need to find a new one." Renzu was puzzled, and asked again, "Then how do I find a new heart?" Attitude Jiyu sighed, "The heart is nowhere, but also everywhere. Finding a heart is both difficult and easy. With your situation, you can get a heart now. Renzu was overjoyed. Quickly tell me how to get it. Attitude Gu warned him. This heart is called loneliness. Oh human, are you sure you want it? After you get it, you will feel endless pain, loneliness, and even fear. Renzu did not take Attitude Gu's warning to heart, and continued to ask. Attitude Gu could not go against Renzu's orders, and answered, you only need to look at the sky when there are stars in the night, and don't say anything. When the sun rises, you will get the heart of loneliness. That night, it was a good night with stars in the sky. Renzu followed Attitude Gu's words, and sat alone on a mountain, looking at the night sky. Before this, his life was difficult, and he had to constantly struggle for survival. He had no time to look at this beautiful and mysterious starry sky. Now, as he looked at the starry sky, his thoughts drifted. He could not help but think of himself, thinking of how petty and weak he was, living a precarious and muddle-headed life. Sigh, although I have the hope Gu, strength Gu, rules and regulations Gu, and attitude Gu, it is still extremely difficult to survive in this world. Even if I die tomorrow, it would not be surprising. If I die, will this world remember me? Will there be people who are happy for my existence, and will there be people who are sad for my departure? Thinking of this, Renzu shook his head. In this world, he was the only human. How could there be anyone else? Even with the Gu accompanying him, he still felt an unforgettable feeling, loneliness. The heart of loneliness. At this moment, when the human ancestor felt lonely, a brand new human heart suddenly appeared in his body. The sun rose from the horizon, and shone on Renzu's face. But Renzu did not feel happy. Instead, he felt endless pain, despair, bewilderment, and fear. He could not endure this loneliness and fear. He felt darkness and the end of the world had arrived. Thus, he howled in pain, and stretched out his finger, gouging out his eyes. His left eye landed on the ground, and turned into a young man. He had a head of golden hair, and a robust body. Once he appeared, he knelt at Renzu's feet, shouting, "O Renzu! My father, I am your eldest son." Verdant Great Sunday. At the same time, Renzu's right eye also turned into a young girl. She held on to Renzu's arm. She said, "O Renzu, my father, I am your second daughter, Desolate Guyue." Renzu laughed loudly. Tears flowed down from his empty eye sockets. He said good 3 times, "I have children, I can finally bear the pain of my lonely heart. From now on, there will be people who will be happy for my existence, and people who will be sad for my departure. Even if I die, you will all remember me." But, finally, he heaved a long sigh. "I have lost my eyes, I can no longer see the light. From now on, the 2 of you will watch this world for me." The heavy rain continued for the entire night, until dawn. Only then did the rain stop. Fang Yuan left the inn. The pedestrians on the street all had heavy or sorrowful expressions. This night, the clan's losses were not light. In fact, none of the 3 great clans of Qing Maro Mountain escaped. They all suffered heavy losses. This was clear to Fang Yuan as soon as he saw the battle merit board. After a night, the battle merit board had lost 25 teams, all of them sacrificed in the wolf tide. Even if there were 1 or 2 survivors, they were either injured or crippled. Guyue Peng's team was also among them. For the next 10 days, the situation became even worse. From bad to worse. First, 100 Beast King Bold Lightning Wolf appeared, and then there was news of 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf in the wolf tide. Such news made the rank 2 GU masters who were out tremble in fear. If they met a Frenzy Lightning Wolf, they would need at least 3 teams to work together to deal with it. This did not even include the ordinary Lightning Wolf packs around the Frenzy Lightning Wolf. The 3 great clans had no choice but to send out rank 3 elders to deal with the crisis. Under such circumstances, the GU masters' daily lives were filled with danger and were long and arduous. Even if Fang Yuan had the stealth scales GU, he had to be careful. After all, he might meet a Beast King level Lightning Wolf with the Lightning Eye GU. Fortunately, he had paid a price earlier and could use the Earth Communication Eargrass. This GU's detection range was very large, allowing him to avoid large wolf packs every time. As such, The weather became hotter and hotter until the end of July. Although the situation was not optimistic, under the cooperation of the three great clans, the situation was already under control. Halfway up the mountain, the three GU masters who had already gone through an intense battle faced a bold lightning wolf that had just arrived. The smell of death was already assaulting them. Damn it, I don't have enough primeval essence. If I had 60%, no, 30%, I wouldn't be chased by it like this. As the group leader, Xiongzhan looked at the approaching bold lightning wolf that was like a cat playing with a mouse, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The mountain wall is in front, there is no way out, what do we do? A group member with a pale face said. What else can we do? We can only hope for reinforcements. I heard our clan's lord by Ning Bing has already come out and is rushing to the battlefield. This was a GU master from the Bai clan village. There were originally two groups, one from the Xiong clan and the other from the Bai clan. They had worked together to face the wolf tide, but now there were only 3 people left. Rather than relying on Bai Ning Bing who we don't even know where he is, we might as well fight to the death. Xiongzhan gritted his teeth. Beast kings are scary because of the GU in their bodies. I have a plunder GU that can forcefully plunder the enemy's GU worms. I just need to keep using it and not move. During this time, you guys have to protect me. Okay. The other two looked at each other and stood in front of Xiongzhan, temporarily blocking this bold lightning wolf for him. Even though they knew the chances were pitifully small, no one would be willing to die. If I can plunder it, I have a chance to live. Heaven protect me. Xiongzhan's eyes were fierce as he slowly raised his right hand. Whether they lived or died depended on this. The 3 men and 1 wolf did not know that high up on the cliff, a white-haired, white-clothed young man was calmly watching this scene. Life is so boring. He sat on the ground, one hand on the ground, the other holding a wine flask and pouring it into his mouth. What he poured out was not wine, but only sweet mountain spring water. He did not like to drink wine, but only water. This white-clothed young man drank water as he watched the show below him. Fight, die. It's too boring for you to live such an ordinary life. Only this kind of life and death battle can add a trace of excitement to your lives. This way, your lives will have value. He smiled lightly in his heart, not having the slightest desire to help. Even if he had this ability, even if his Bai clan members were at the foot of the mountain. But so what? To him, loneliness was the deepest darkness, and the light of family was just an illusion. He, Bai Ning Bing, would not do something so boring as saving people. Chapter 134. GU Zhenren 132 GU Zhenren's full text free reading section 132. 3 steps of fragrant grass on the cliff, Bai Ning Bing watched with interest. Under the cliff he was sitting on, an intense battle of life and death was unfolding. The bold lightning wolf walked slowly getting closer. 2 GU masters blocked in front of it with a serious expression. Behind them, Xiongzhan was half squatting on the ground, his left hand grabbing his right wrist, his right hand in a claw shape, aiming at the bold lightning wolf. Plunder GU. Suddenly, he shouted, the primeval essence in his body surging towards the plunder GU. A formless suction force burst out. Xiongzhan's right hand grabbed at empty air. He had the illusion that he was grabbing a GU worm. But this GU worm continued to struggle and wrestle with him. This force was huge, his center of gravity was already very low, but it still made him feel like he was being dragged forward. The success rate of the plunder GU is very low, but I have to succeed this time, otherwise it bodes ill. He gritted his teeth so hard that they emitted cracking sounds. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face was filled with malevolence as he fought with all his might. Xiongzhan had no way out. If he did not succeed, he would die. Under the stimulation of death, he desperately poured primeval essence into the plunder GU. With the injection of primeval essence, the plunder GU residing in his right palm burst out with an even stronger suction force. The bold lightning wolf felt something was wrong and howled, suddenly launching a frenzied attack. The 2 GU masters resisted with difficulty. Just as Xiongzhan was about to succeed, his expression suddenly changed. Damn it! I don't have enough Primeval essence. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression extremely withered. Once the plunder failed, there would be a backlash. This was a flaw of the plunder GU. Howl. Without the plunder Gu's restraint, the bold lightning wolf opened its mouth, howling loudly. The symbiotic GU worm released its strength, causing lightning to flash between its teeth. Blue electric currents gathered together and shot out fiercely. The lightning passed between the two GU masters, directly hitting the half-squatting Xiongzhan. Xiongzhan did not even have time to howl. He was turned into a piece of charred meat by the lightning, dying instantly. Run. The remaining two GU masters no longer had any will to fight, fleeing in two different directions. The bold lightning wolf caught up to a person and pounced on him, crushing his throat. Finally, only the Bai clan GU master was left. He was blocked by the bold lightning wolf and could only retreat step by step to the edge of the cliff. Ah! I'm going to die. With his back against the cliff, he raised his head and howled in despair. He vented the fear in his heart. But his voice suddenly stopped. He saw Bai Ningbing on the mountain wall above his head. Lord Bai Ningbing! Lord Bai Ningbing! Is it really you? After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly shouted and cried tears of joy. Oh, I've been discovered. Bai Ningbing chuckled and slowly raised her right hand. He pointed his right index finger downwards, and an icicle appeared and shot downwards. The icicle shot towards the GU master who was crying for help. Through his skull, from the top of his head to his jaw. Oh! His face was still filled with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Then, he fell to the ground with a plop. This gave the bold lightning wolf a fright. It looked at Bai Ningbing above, the corner of its mouth splitting open, revealing its teeth that were covered in lightning. Ignorant beast! Bai Ningbing looked at it indifferently. With a light leap, he jumped down from the 5-meter-tall mountain wall. In the air, he clasped his palms together, and frost energy spread in all directions. Then his palms separated to the left and right, and an ice blade formed. This ice blade was 7 meters long, like a Japanese katana from Earth, its whole body covered in transparent ice. The hilt was held by Ningbing's pale hand. The bold lightning wolf's lightning shot up from below. Bai Ningbing sneered, and 2 puffs of pure white water vapor came out of his nose. With a whoosh, the water vapor circled around his body and formed a water ball shield. The water ball continued to revolve on its own, and the bold lightning wolf's lightning struck this water ball barrier, causing it to dissipate. The water ball broke, revealing the white-clothed young man. Die! The young man's black eyes suddenly turned pure blue, like 2 blue crystals, showing ruthlessness and indifference. Blade light flashed. Bai Ningbing lightly landed on the ground, a drop of blood dripping from the translucent white ice blade in his hand. The bold lightning wolf was like a statue, standing still. After a breath's time, blood spurted out of its neck, and its huge wolf head fell to the ground, rolling a few times. As for its body, it fell down. The electric current GU that was residing in its body shot out like lightning, towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing lightly flicked his wrist, and a blade light flashed in the air. Under his blade, the lightning current GU exploded into a field of eerie blue electric currents, and perished. Bai Ningbing slowly walked towards Xiongzhan's corpse. The other GU worms are all ordinary goods. But this plunder GU is interesting. He found the plunder GU from Xiongzhan's corpse, and kept it in his pocket. Although the 3 clans' agreement stipulated that after a GU master dies, even if the successor obtains the GU worm of the deceased GU master, they must hand it over. But Bai Ningbing did not care about this rule. Even if it was exposed, so what? He was the symbol of Bai clan's rise, and would definitely receive the clan's protection. Bai Ningbing was very sure of this. It's just that, this wolf tide is really boring. He caressed the ice blade with his hand, feeling the bone-chilling coldness of the ice blade. Thinking about it, fighting with people is more interesting. He yawned, and suddenly smiled. I wonder how Qing Shu, Xiong Li, and the others have grown. After being in closed-door cultivation for so long, maybe they can give me some surprises, who knows. Days later. In the crowded plaza, Fang Yuan looked up at a huge banner. On the banner, there were words written using the U word GU. The content was all the resources provided by the three clans. These resources included a wide range of resources, such as food to feed GU worms, rice for humans, salt, oil and other daily necessities, as well as GU worms and yuan stone. But behind these resources, there was a number, signifying that they needed corresponding battle merits to exchange for them. A wolf eye could be exchanged for 10 battle merits. 5 battle merits was equivalent to a jin of rice. Using 25 battle merits, a GU master could obtain a piece of yuan stone. No doubt, the arrival of the wolf tide brought opportunities that were not available during peacetime. The battle merit board and this resource board had stimulated countless GU masters, willing to shed blood and fight day and night against the lightning wolves. Especially recently, with the outbreak of the wolf tide, the three clans took out their assets, stimulating the GU masters' enthusiasm and raising their battle strength, helping the village tide over this crisis. As a result, there were many rare items on the resource list. Like now, Fang Yuan noticed this GU worm. 3-step fragrant grass GU. He mumbled, staring at the huge banner's content. 3-step fragrant grass GU was a GU worm that Fang Yuan needed, because it could assist in movement and increase Fang Yuan's running speed. Honestly speaking, these few days on the resource board, there were many GU worms that appeared. But only this 2-step fragrant grass GU suited Fang Yuan the most. But this grass GU was not easy to get. Not only was it the only one on the resource board, it also required a lot of battle merits to exchange. If I use my true abilities, I can naturally accumulate enough battle merits to exchange for this 3-step fragrant grass GU. But if I do that, I will definitely arouse suspicion. That would not be nice. Fang Yuan thought silently. There is another way, and that is to mass produce vitality leaves. I can sell these rank 1 GU worms to the clan and exchange them for battle merits. But this method is slow, and after accumulating enough battle merits, the 3-step fragrant grass GU might be exchanged for by someone else. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. This method had its drawbacks, and naturally could not be used. Then what should he do? He looked at the resource board and the battle merit board, falling into deep thought. Towards things like battle merits, he had a clearer and deeper understanding than anyone else. Battle merits were a type of emergency currency. During peacetime, the market used yuan stone. Yuan stone was a hard currency, and because it had a high commodity value, it would never depreciate. But during the wolf tide, the demand for yuan stone would explode, and it could no longer be used as a currency. Thus, an emergency currency was needed to temporarily replace it. Thus, battle merits were born. With this auxiliary currency like battle merits, we can temporarily stop the economy from collapsing. Just like on Earth, when there is a war, the government will issue large amounts of paper money. Of course, if there is too much paper money, it will cause inflation. Battle merits are the same. The longer it goes, the more it depreciates. But during the village's life and death situation, without battle merits, just using yuan stone is even more unreliable. I can only choose the lesser of two evils. Thus, after the wolf tide, there will always be signs of economic depression. Sigh, such a crude economic system is not worth mentioning. If I had rank 3 cultivation, I would be able to easily play around. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient, and I cannot bear the risk. If I force it, I will be playing with fire. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The crucial point was that his cultivation was not high, and his strength was not strong. Without strength, just having intelligence was useless. Thus, in Renzu's story, Renzu chose to trade with strength GU, and in exchange for strength, he gave up on intelligence. That is because strength is the foundation. As Fang Yuan was thinking, he heard people discussing beside him. Did you know? Bai Ningbing made a move again. What? Which GU master is unlucky this time? It's Xiong Clan's Xiong Li, that dejected one. Sigh, what is this Bai Ningbing doing? Last time, he injured Kai Shan, and now he is dealing with Xiong Li. Under the wolf tide, he is still so reckless. He has always been doing things his own way. He is already a rank 3 GU master, but he still went to find trouble with a rank 2 GU master. To show fairness, he even used a GU worm to suppress his strength to rank 2 realm. So boring, it is hard to understand. By Ning Binghe, he is just a dead man. But, this reminds me. Fang Yuan heard this, and his heart moved. He thought of a way to quickly obtain large amounts of battle merits. GU Venerable 132_GU Venerable's full text free reading _section 132, 3 steps of fragrant grass updated. Chapter 135. Quickly running. The trees in front of him seemed to be crashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dodged agilely, running as fast as he could. His right ear whiskers fluttered in the wind. Behind him was a bold lightning wolf that he had purposely provoked, as well as a few hundred strong normal lightning wolves. The lightning wolves were much faster than him. Especially the bold lightning wolf, its strong body moved like lightning in the complicated terrain, its speed extremely fast. Seeing that it was about to catch up to Fang Yuan, suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shimmered, and he disappeared. The bold lightning wolf could only slow down, looking around suspiciously. Fang Yuan ran far away again, revealing himself again. The bold lightning wolf's sharp gaze immediately found him. It growled angrily, pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. As for the normal lightning wolves, they followed closely behind. Fang Yuan laughed coldly to himself, running again. After a few tries, he finally reached his destination. This time, he completely concealed himself. The chasing wolf pack hesitated at the place where Fang Yuan disappeared. Soon after, the bold lightning wolf found a new target. In a valley not far away, 5 GU masters were fighting with a wolf pack. Howl. The bold lightning wolf had limited intelligence, immediately forgetting about Fang Yuan. It raised its head and howled, and the lightning wolves behind it joined the battle in the valley like a tide. How can this be? The GU masters who were fighting saw this scene, their faces turning ashen. I'm not talking about every wolf pack. Do they all have their own areas of activity? We painstakingly killed a bold lightning wolf, who would have thought another one would come. This time it bodes ill rather than well. Hurry up and send the signal for help. With the addition of this new wolf group, the pressure on the GU masters rose sharply, each of their tone revealing a panicked emotion. The investigative GU master among them quickly waved his hand and shot out a GU worm. This GU worm was shaped like a small golden ball, but it had a pair of colorful wings. It flapped its wings and flew into the air, suddenly exploding, turning into a colorful flame. It could be seen from 100 miles away. This is the signal GU, a rank 1 consumable GU, often used to send out signals. We have already sent the signal, everyone. Hold on and wait for reinforcement. The group leader of this GU master group shouted at the right time, raising the morale slightly and stabilizing the morale of the troops. It's useless. Fang Yuan appeared high up on the mountain wall. Looking down from above, he sneered in his heart. He had already investigated the situation of this GU master group. The team closest to him was a small team. He was also surrounded by the wolf pack. That wolf pack was naturally led there by Fang Yuan on purpose. He wanted to tie up their hands and feet. Killing lightning wolves, 1 eyeball is only worth 10 battle merits. But to retrieve the GU worms from the battlefield and hand them over to the clan's higher-ups, it was worth at least 1,000 battle merit. If I do this 2 or 3 times, I will have enough battle merits to exchange for the 3-step fragrant grass GU. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Under his plan, the outcome of this GU master group had already been decided. Next, I will wait for them to be exterminated. Then I will lure away the lightning wolf pack and come back here to collect the GU worms. Fang Yuan walked to the big tree beside the mountain wall. He sat down leisurely. No one was willing to die, so these GU masters were resisting with all their might. Fang Yuan did not take the risk to lure the 1,000-beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf, but chose the bold Lightning Wolf instead. This gave them time to struggle to their heart's content. Especially when among these GU masters, there was one who had been defeated by Fang Yuan. It was Guo Man Shi. He had the monolith Gu and had a strong defense, blocking the attacks of many lightning wolves by himself. However, this was also the reason why Fang Yuan chose this group. The more precious the Gu worm, the more battle merits one could obtain after collecting it. After collecting the monolith Gu, Fang Yuan could obtain 3,900 battle merits, raising his position on the battle merit board by over 20 places. Of course, the Gu worms of Kai Shan, Mo Yang and Qing Shu were more precious than the monolith Gu. But the Kai Shan group had Guo Tung, who had the snake communication Gu and could use heat to scout. Fang Yuan's invisibility was useless against the snake communication Gu. As for Mo Yang, she was a stronger investigative Gu master than Kai Shi, with more varied methods. She had completed the clan's mission to observe the wolf's nest many times. The Qing Shu group did not have a strong investigative Gu master. But because of Guo Fengzheng's existence, the clan would definitely have an elder secretly following and protecting them. If Fang Yuan wanted to lure them there, he would be seeking his own death. As for the other two village Gu masters, Fang Yuan was not too familiar with them. Framing someone was not an easy job. After choosing left and right, he finally chose a few groups. After following them for a long time, he finally found this suitable opportunity. Bai Ningbing was sleeping when the sounds of battle entered his ears. He opened his eyes slightly, and a cold light shone from his eyes. It's this boring scene again. He was sleeping at the edge of the cliff, and slightly turned his body to look at the scene in the valley. Just as he was about to close his eyes and sleep again, he suddenly saw a figure. Hey! His eyes flashed with a surprised light. He saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was leaning against a tree, eating a wild fruit that he had picked. He was coldly looking at the battle below, indifferent. Bai Ningbing's interest was immediately piqued. He had never met a person like Fang Yuan. Since young, the people around him were all loyal to the clan and intoxicated with emotions. But from Fang Yuan, he felt a familiar sense of loneliness and coldness. Who is he? Bai Ningbing's heart was filled with suspicion and curiosity. The wild fruit was obtained by Fang Yuan himself. With his experience, he could naturally tell if it was poisonous or not. The wild fruit was juicy, sour, and sweet. Fang Yuan was eating when his right ear twitched. He heard movement, and it was right beside him. Bai Ningbing was sleeping on a higher level of the cliff, and there was no movement because the flesh-hearing ear grass could not sense him. Now he moved his feet. He was immediately discovered by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with electricity, and he turned his body to look. He saw a white-haired, white-clothed young man using an ice blade to stab into the cliff, sliding down and landing not far from him. Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped, and he immediately recognized this person. Qing Maro Mountain's #1 genius, the symbol of Bai Village's rise. During rank 2, he killed a rank 3 clan elder, and now he has rank 3 cultivation at such a young age. He is the key person who changed Qing Maro Mountain's situation by himself. If it was any other Gu master, facing Bai Ningbing alone, their expression would definitely change, either nervous or fearful. But Fang Yuan's gaze only glanced at him for a moment before looking back at the valley. His expression was still calm, as if he was indifferent. It was all because Fang Yuan knew Bai Ningbing's background and secrets. He knew it clearly. Oh! Bai Ningbing walked over. He stared at Fang Yuan in a daze, his mouth slightly opened and his voice dragged. He stared at Fang Yuan curiously, as if he was looking at something he had never seen before. He walked closer, and the more he looked at Fang Yuan, the brighter his eyes became, and the more interested he felt. This person's body. Why is there a familiar smell? It feels like I've seen him before. It feels like a long time ago. This is the feeling of a friend. Bai Ningbing's heart was stirred. Friend, he had always disdained and despised this word. Even despised it. He had never thought he would have friends. Those mortals around him could only look up to him. How could they have the qualifications to be his friend? Bai Ningbing had always thought he would never have a friend in his life. But now, he suddenly had this feeling. This feeling was extremely mysterious, but he was sure it was this feeling. because when he looked at Fang Yuan, it felt like he was looking at himself. Bai Ningbing's distance was a little too close. Fang Yuan turned his eerie black eyes and stared at him indifferently. Out of nowhere, Bai Ningbing understood the meaning of Fang Yuan's gaze. This was a gaze that warned him. He quickly stopped his footsteps and stared blankly at Fang Yuan rudely, saying at the same time, "Hey, you really are an interesting person." If a Bai clan Jiu master who was familiar with him was here, they would definitely go crazy after hearing this. Since young, Bai Ningbing had never said such words of praise to someone. Fang Yuan ignored him, munching on a wild fruit as he watched the intense battle in the valley. Bai Ningbing walked around Fang Yuan, carefully observing him. It was like he was looking at the world's most novel food. He looked at Fang Yuan from all angles, and suddenly squatted down, looking at Fang Yuan from below. He was untainted by even a speck of dust, his crystal-like white hair hanging on the ground. He did not care. His white robe dragged on the ground, but he did not care either. At this moment, he was like an innocent child looking at his playmate, curiously looking at Fang Yuan's expression. He wanted to speak a few times, but could not. Bai Ningbing felt that he had many things to say to Fang Yuan, but when the words came to his mouth, he felt that there was no need to say them. Because he felt that Fang Yuan would understand. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth doubtfully. "The battle in the valley is not interesting at all, what is there to see?" But halfway through his words, his eyebrows rose up, showing an expression of understanding. "I understand. You were the one who lured these wolves here, and you want to kill these Jiu masters. But why didn't you do it yourself? Oh, you are afraid of leaving behind evidence. You are too cautious. From your aura, I can tell that you are already a rank 2. If I were you, I would kill them if I wanted to, and would have done it long ago." Suddenly, he laughed, like a child who had found the most fun toy in the world. His eyebrows danced in joy. "You are really an interesting person, and the things you do are also interesting. Hey, I am starting to like you." Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, turning his gaze towards Bai Ningbing again. He understood this person. Because this person was also a natural-born demon. What is a demon? Abandoning the secular world, ignoring all living beings, surrounded by loneliness, disdaining emotions. This person was like a reflection of Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was more profound, while he, Bai Ningbing, was purer. Simply put, they were the same kind of person. In his previous life's memories, after the 3 clans survived the wolf tide, it was this man who exterminated the 3 clans, causing the lively Qing Maro Mountain to turn into an icy hell. Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, slowly saying, "You must be very lonely." Bai Ningbing's eye sockets bulged, squatting on the ground, nodding his head and sighing in agreement. "Yes, these days are super boring. Some time ago, I killed a Xiong clan Jiu master. It was quite interesting, so I took this Jiu worm. Take a look." He was like a cute child, taking out the plunder Jiu, as if showing his new toy to his companion. Fang Yuan glanced at the plunder Jiu in his hand, laughing. "So, you want to kill me?" Bai Ningbing's eyes turned from black pupils to blue crystals. He jumped up and stood up straight. "Ha ha ha." He raised his head and laughed, then said to Fang Yuan with an excited expression, "You know. That's right, I want to kill you, come and kill me. A battle of life and death is the most interesting thing, and to meet such an interesting person like you, I swear I have never done such an interesting thing." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, suddenly opening his arms and sighing, I feel that my life has never been so exciting. Thank you, although I don't know your name, thank you for letting me kill you." He. Chapter 136. Don't worry, you are only rank 2, I won't take advantage of you. I will also suppress my cultivation to rank 2. Come, let's have a fair fight. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally as he shouted. Facing the crazed Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He stared at Bai Ningbing, his tone indifferent. "If you want to kill me, then come." Saying so, Fang Yuan took a small step forward, his body like a willow leaf falling from a high place. Bai Ningbing's laughter stopped abruptly, his embarrassment turning into anger. "Don't you run." He immediately ran, chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly without making a sound, running straight towards the valley. The two charged into the valley, one in front and one behind. The wolf pack raged, attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing one after another. Of the Jiyu masters who were forced into the valley, one had already died. The remaining four saw the wolf pack's movements, and their faces immediately showed joy. One of them even shouted, "Brothers, hold on, someone is coming to support us." "Why are there only two?" They saw Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's blurry figures. "It's him." As they got closer, Guo Manshi's expression changed. He recognized Fang Yuan. It was this man who defeated him in front of everyone. That pair of eyes evoked the nightmare in the deepest part of his heart. He would never forget Fang Yuan. He once swore that he would work hard and get back at him. But now, Fang Yuan personally came to save him. This added a complicated feeling to Guo Manshi's heart. "Wait a minute, the second person is." They quickly recognized Bai Ningbing, each of them showing a shocked expression. "Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing." Guo Manshi's eyes opened wide. He did not expect to see Bai Ningbing again under such circumstances. "Bastard, stop right there." Bai Ningbing's shout came from behind. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, weaving through the wolf pack. His entire body was glowing with a white jade light, resisting the biting and scratching of the lightning wolves. But because of this, the primeval essence in his aperture was decreasing rapidly. Not far behind him, Bai Ningbing also breathed out water vapor from her nostrils, forming a spherical water shield that covered her entire body. Countless lightning wolves crashed into the water shield. The force of impact was neutralized by the flowing water above them. Then, they took advantage of the momentum and were flung out. Logically speaking, Bai Ningbing's cultivation was rank 3, but her performance was mediocre. According to his words, it seemed that he had really taken the initiative to suppress his cultivation and only used the power of a second-stage professional to deal with Fang Yuan. With the strength of a second-stage professional, Bai Ningbing's speed was slightly faster than Fang Yuan's, and she had a lot more quintessential essence. However, as he trudged through the wolf pack, he was getting further and further away from Fang Yuan. The key reason was the difference in strength between the two sides. Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, while Bai Ningbing was slightly weaker. Fang Yuan was able to withstand the charge of the pack of wolves and kept moving forward. Bai Ningbing's water vapor shield. Although it could neutralize a portion of the impact, it could not be like Fang Yuan, who could directly charge out and create a path. Howl. The bold lightning wolf's attention was also attracted by Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. It howled, and the ordinary lightning wolves around it parted like the tide, creating a path. The bold lightning wolf moved its 4 limbs, charging straight towards Fang Yuan. Seeing this scene, the 4 trapped Jiyu masters could not help but show expressions of worry. As for Bai Ningbing, who was behind Fang Yuan, he saw this scene and immediately laughed loudly. But the next moment, Bai Ningbing saw Fang Yuan's figure ripple like water, and then disappeared from his vision. His laughter stopped abruptly. The Jiyu masters at the bottom of the valley were also in an uproar. The bold lightning wolf had lost track of Fang Yuan. With an angry roar, it did not stop and charged towards Bai Ningbing. A smile appeared on Bai Ningbing's face again. "Hey, interesting, interesting, you are really interesting. Ha ha ha, then let's treat this as an appetizer before the main course." Saying so, his eyes suddenly turned from black to blue, like the blue sky. He stood on one leg, extending his ice blade horizontally and starting to spin. The slender ice blade drew out rays of sword light. The light rays slashed in the air, forming a magnificent scene like a tornado. The snow-white blade formed an ice storm, wreaking havoc in the wolf pack. Countless lightning wolves crashed into this storm, and were cut into pieces of minced meat. But not much blood splattered, as the blood had already been frozen by the icy cold air. The bold lightning wolf howled, its ferocity aroused. The Jiyu worm residing on its body also started to show its might, causing its whole body to be covered in golden electric currents. Its fur stood up, and the golden electric currents were like chains, wrapping around its body and limbs, forming a crude chain armor. Its 4 claws moved, and like a golden meteor, it fiercely charged into the ice blade storm. Bam! With a thunderous explosion, the ice blade storm suddenly stopped. A broken section of the ice blade flew into the air, and with a kai sound, it stabbed into a mountain rock. The white frost spread everywhere. The bold lightning wolf fell to the ground, its heart pierced by the ice blade. Such a fatal attack had already caused it to die. Bai Ning Bing laughed, and slowly retracted the ice blade in his hand. The ice blade had already broken in half, and the remaining blade was full of cracks and nicks. But he did not care, and only stretched out his left hand and lightly touched it. An icy cold air emitted from his left hand, starting from the handle and gently stroking upwards. Everywhere it passed, the ice blade was renewed, its sharpness restored. At the same time, a new blade formed on the broken section. The bold lightning wolf was dead, and the wolf pack dispersed. But Fang Yuan was still nowhere to be seen. We will definitely remember Lord Bai's life-saving grace. A few Jiyu masters took the initiative to greet Bai Ning Bing. Only Guo Manshi stayed on the spot, his expression fluctuating. Back then, he was defeated by Bai Ning Bing, and was extremely unwilling to accept it, and was released by the latter. Now that he had refined the monolith Jiyu, and met Bai Ning Bing again. But right now, he no longer had the confidence to challenge the latter. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, and suddenly shook his arm. The ice blade drew a few shining blade lights in the air. This, Hua. The 3 Jiyu masters were caught off guard, not expecting Bai Ning Bing to actually kill them. They had an expression of disbelief as they fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Bai Ning Bing, what are you doing? Guo Manshi roared in anger and shock. Killing people, what kind of brain do you have? Can't you see it's so obvious? Bai Ning Bing shrugged and laughed coldly. Damn bastard. Guo Manshi clenched his fists, showing his anger. He gritted his teeth and scolded, our 3 clans have already formed an alliance, and you dare to kill our Guo clan. This is a violation of the alliance. Whatever you want, come at me, I will accept it. Forget it, it's time to settle the grudge from back then. Saying so, Guo Manshi screamed, and took a few big steps, charging towards Bai Ning Bing. He activated the monolith Jiyu with all his strength, and all the muscles on his body bulged, forming a thick rock skin. His entire appearance had completely turned into a stone man. Courting death. Bai Ning Bing laughed coldly, raising his hand and slashing down. The sharp ice blade slashed down from above. First, it slashed at Guo Manshi's head, then between his eyebrows, nose bridge, lips, throat, chest, all the way down. Rock fragments flew, and when the ice blade reached his abdomen, it broke again. But the icy cold air had already frozen all the life in Guo Manshi's body. Plop! He fell to the ground, as dead as he could be. The rock skin on his body slowly disappeared, revealing his original appearance. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Bai Ning Bing shook his wrist that was in pain, he had almost forgotten about letting Manshi go. He shook his head slightly and turned around. Facing the empty valley, he shouted, you can come out. You want to kill these Jiyu masters, I'll do it for you. Come, let's have a life and death battle. Bai Ning Bing had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan's figure appeared not far away. The white-haired young man's gaze turned heated, and he raised the ice blade in his hand, charging towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered silently, turning around and leaving. Bai Ning Bing scolded, chasing relentlessly. During the chase, Fang Yuan led Bai Ning Bing to the nearest battlefield. Xiong Li's group was fighting with a bold lightning wolf pack. This wolf pack was of course attracted by Fang Yuan. Everyone, put in more effort, this wolf pack can't hold on any longer. The southeast direction sent out the signal Jiyu, it has already been some time. They need our help. Xiong Li was trying to boost the morale, but he stopped halfway through his speech. He saw Fang Yuan, as well as Bai Ning Bing behind him. Ever since Fang Yuan admitted defeat, Xiong Li no longer put Fang Yuan in his heart. Thus, his gaze quickly moved past Fang Yuan and towards Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing. Xiong Li's eyes were filled with rage. Once he saw the white-haired young man in white clothes, his heart was filled with rage. Not long ago, Bai Ning Bing suddenly appeared in front of him, and without saying a word, he attacked. Especially when he purposely suppressed his cultivation to rank 2. Xiong Li was caught off guard, and lost the battle. His personal bravery and the clan's glory were all trampled by Ningbing. To him, this was a huge humiliation. How could he not be angry? Wait, Ningbing seems to be chasing after Fang Yuan, Xiong Lin suddenly said. He was short, with a round bald head that seemed to shine. Xiong Lin was the same age as Fang Yuan, he had B-grade aptitude, and was the Xiong clan's #1 genius newcomer. He was also a rank 2 now, and after many experiences, he had already grown. Xiong Li suppressed his urge to attack. Fang Yuan was only a member of Guiyue clan, and not their Xiong clan. Although there was a 3-clan alliance, there was still a difference in intimacy. Since it was a fight between outsiders, it would be best if they did not implicate themselves. Xiong Li's group was prepared to watch from the side, but how could Fang Yuan not expect this? His one sentence completely changed their stance. Fang Yuan quickly approached Xiong Li's group, shouting in a panicked tone, "I saw the plunder Gu on him, protect me, Ningbing wants to silence me." Chapter 137. What? Xiong Lin lost his voice. Plunder Gu? Only one person on Qing Maro Mountain has this Gu worm, and that is my cousin Xiong Zhon. Xiong Jiang's expression darkened. Xiong Li squeezed his eyes tightly, his eyes flashing fiercely. Others were afraid of Ningbing, so was he. But fear did not mean weakness or fear. In his heart, he had already prepared to sacrifice himself for the clan and fight to the death with Ningbing. Ningbing, is the plunder Gu in your hands or not? He took a big step forward, allowing Fang Yuan to pass by him and face Ningbing directly. Ningbing laughed coldly, "So what if it is?" Xiong Jiang's expression was gloomy as he questioned, "Speak. How on earth did my cousin die? Why is his Gu worm in your hands?" Xiong Lin also said, "Ningbing, I respect you as a senior. But you secretly took our Xiong clan's Gu worm and did not hand it over. You are openly violating the alliance agreement." Saying so, he waved his hand and a signal Gu appeared. With a bang, colorful fireworks burst out in the air. The colorful light from the fireworks shone on Ningbing's face as he laughed loudly. "What bullshit alliance agreement? I have never cared about it. I only saw someone using the plunder Gu and found the process interesting, so I collected it." Xiong Jiang heard this and could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. Roaring in a low voice, he charged towards Ningbing. "Ningbing, you watched as my cousin died in battle, but didn't do anything. You bastard." The 5 people in the group were all one. Be it for public or private reasons, Xiong Li group was at odds with Ningbing. Battle was unavoidable and the scene was chaotic. On one hand, Ningbing was under the joint attack of the 5 people in Xiong Li group. On the other hand, they were surrounded by the wolf pack and still had to face the lightning wolf's bites. Fang Yuan left the battlefield and stood at a distance, watching calmly. The wolf pack moved like a huge millstone. The 6 Gu masters fought without any regard for themselves, and if they were slightly careless, they would end up in the wolf's mouth. Xiong Jiang activated the roaming zombie Gu and his eyes turned green. Xiong Li's eyes were red while Ningbing's eyes were blue like crystals. The battle between the 3 of them became the most intense part of the entire battlefield. Under the roaming zombie Gu's power, Xiong Jiang turned into a zombie and her defense against water and ice rose sharply, barely blocking Ningbing's attacks. Meanwhile, Xiong Li activated the Grand Bear Gu, and with the strength of 2 bears, his bowl-sized fists were extremely ferocious. With just 2 or 3 punches, even Ningbing's water barrier would be destroyed. As for the other 3 Xiong clan Gu masters, they could not interfere in this battle and could only do their best to deal with the lightning wolves. The bold lightning wolf attracted by Fang Yuan could have been easily taken down, but now it had become a huge threat. Ningbing, you will pay for what you have done. Xiong Jiang roared and charged towards Ningbing. HMPH, you? Ningbing laughed coldly as she nimbly leaped backwards to increase the distance between them. At the same time, she swung her left hand and threw out 5 finger-sized icicles. The icicle hit Xiongjiang's body, but Xiongjiang didn't feel any pain. When he turned into a zombie, even if his arms and legs were broken, he would not feel any pain. The icicle's cold air could freeze a normal person and slow their movements, but he felt a wave of cold comfort. Zombies were yin physiques and couldn't resist fire, lightning, or the sun, but they had enough resistance to this cold air. Bai Ning Bing, you still want to toy with us in such a situation? Show me your true strength. Xiong Li shouted angrily. Since the start of the battle, Bai Ning Bing had been suppressing his cultivation and only showed the strength of a rank 2 GU master. At the same time, the GU worms she used were mostly rank 2. This made Xiong Li feel like he was being looked down upon, and the resulting humiliation made his anger burn even more fiercely. Hey, you small fries, how can you have the qualifications to make me use my full strength? Bai Ning Bing laughed coldly and her attacks became fiercer, but she still suppressed her strength and didn't use a single rank 3 GU worm. Fang Yuan, who was watching from afar with his arms crossed, had a clear understanding in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but he can't. Bai Ning Bing, he has the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. According to this world's oldest legends, all humans were the descendants of Ren Zhu. But as the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different. No two people are the same, and even twins have differences. In this world, the difference that people pay attention to the most is aptitude. A person with cultivation aptitude, when they become a GU master, can rise above others. Those without cultivation aptitude are mortals, living at the lowest level of society, trampled and toyed with. Cultivation aptitude is divided into 4 grades: A grade, B grade, C grade, and D grade. This was already known to the world. But in fact, above a grade, there are even more outstanding aptitudes. As for this news, it was a secret. Clans would never publicize it, and only those with a certain status in society would know of it. Xiong Li and the rest naturally wouldn't know, and even the clan elders and clan leaders might not know. But Fang Yuan was a rank 6 GU immortal in his previous life, and had already broken away from his mortal body, so he naturally knew of this. There are 10 types of aptitudes above a grade, and they are called the 10 extreme physiques. Before the human ancestor completely died, he had 10 children. His eldest son is Verdant Great Sun, and his second daughter is Guiyue Desolate Yin. Among them, there is one called Northern Dark Ice Soul. Renzu's legend is both true and false, and it reveals many secrets of a GU master's cultivation. Renzu's 10 children represent 10 different types of aptitudes. Fang Yuan recalled. Any one of the 10 extreme physiques surpasses A grade aptitudes. The most outstanding A grade aptitudes can store 99% primeval essence in their aperture. But any one of the 10 extreme physiques can store 100% primeval essence in their aperture. But all things are in balance, and the 10 extreme physiques with 100% primeval essence are too perfect, and heaven and earth do not allow their existence. In Renzu's story, none of his 10 children had a long life. In reality, GU masters with the 10 extreme aptitudes all die young, and it is very difficult for them to grow. Of course, if they truly grow to rank 6, they will be able to dominate those of the same rank, and even achieve the miracle of surpassing ranks when they are rank 6. Bai Ning Bing with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is like this. 100% primeval essence causes his aperture to be unable to bear the burden, and is in danger of collapsing at any time. To reduce this danger, Bai Ning Bing has to cultivate, and use primeval essence to nourish his aperture walls, so that it can bear 100% primeval essence. Thus, his cultivation speed is outstanding, and extremely shocking. However, the higher the cultivation, the higher the quality of the primeval essence, and the greater the pressure on the aperture, which in turn causes the danger to increase. Bai Ning Bing is like a lone boat floating on the sea. He has no fresh water, and can only drink seawater to relieve his thirst. But seawater is salty, and will absorb the original moisture in his body, causing him to become more and more thirsty. The more Bai Ning Bing cultivates, the closer he is to self-destruction. But he can't not cultivate. The clan's expectations, and the assassination attempts from Xiong village and Guo village force him to become stronger and stronger. As someone with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, he should understand his situation. Knowing that he does not have much time left, and that his death is certain, he developed such a character. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This is no doubt a type of irony. Overly outstanding aptitude does not allow GU masters to rise to the top, but instead becomes the main culprit for their demise. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Everyone needs to drink and eat, but if you eat and drink too much, you will die from overeating. Looking at it from another perspective, no matter what world, there is no true perfection. There is no true perfect love, and there is no true perfect work. If it is too perfect, it will lead to destruction. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 3 years after the wolf tide, Bai Ningbing's cultivation unavoidably reached rank 4 realm. Finally, his aperture was unable to bear the burden of primeval essence, and self-detonated. The 10 extreme physiques cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth, and the self-detonation of a heaven-defying object was like a swan song, with extraordinary power. It directly killed everyone in the 3 villages, and turned the whole Qing Maro Mountain into an absolute death ice domain. Fortunately, at that time, Fang Yuan, who had average cultivation, was bullied by Fang Jing, and could only join the caravan and escape by luck. To delay the arrival of death, Bai Ningbing used GU worms to dilute his rank 3 white-silver primeval essence into rank 2 red-steel primeval essence. At the same time, he rarely used rank 3 GU worms. Because activating a rank 3 GU worm once expended a large amount of red steel primeval essence, resulting in a lack of stamina. Instead, it was better to use multiple rank 2 GU worms consecutively, which would be of greater help to Bai Ningbing in battle. This was the real reason why Bai Ningbing suppressed his cultivation. Otherwise, if he had the strength but still restrained himself and put himself in danger, that would be something only a retard would do. Bai Ningbing was intelligent and quick-witted, and was nurtured with great effort, receiving a good education. How could he do such a foolish thing? It was just that he was so young, and his character was indeed different from normal people. But for a person who was about to die, what was there to worry about when he did things? It was because of this unrestrained and unbridled nature that he was not assimilated by the organization's system, and developed a demonic heart. Otherwise, with this kind of living environment, where everyone looked forward to him, nurtured him with great effort, surrounded by glory, surrounded by strong enemies, and with a bright future, he would have long been assimilated by the organization, and developed the temperament of a leader. Bai Ningbing was actually a very pitiful child, and Fang Yuan had never thought of dealing with him. But since he wanted to kill Fang Yuan, then Fang Yuan would not mind making use of him first, and get rid of this troublemaker in advance. The battle in the field was still going on. In just a short while, the situation had already changed. The bold lightning wolf was exterminated by Bai Ningbing, and the wolf pack scattered and fled. The healing GU master in Xiong Li's group also fell under Bai Ningbing's blade, and he paid a heavy price for this. His right arm was punched by Xiong Li, and it seemed to be fractured, hanging down powerlessly in the following battle. But these did not hinder him from having the upper hand now. Xiong Li was a first-rate elite among rank 2 GU masters, and his strength was on par with Qing Shu and Kai Shan. Xiong Jiang was a newly emerged defensive expert, while Xiong Lin was a genius newcomer, and now also had rank 2 battle strength. Adding in another GU master, the 4 of them were still suppressed by Bai Ningbing together. Bai Ningbing had already fought a battle earlier, and expended a lot of red steel primeval essence. At the same time, he killed the bold lightning wolf and the healing GU master, and lost the ability to move his right arm. He could only abandon the ice blade in his right hand, and use his left hand instead. This way, he could only temporarily put aside the method of using his left hand to activate the ice awl. Thus, his offensive ability was reduced by almost half. Under such circumstances, he still had the upper hand, and his advantage was becoming more and more stable. It is after all the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Although the primeval essence was diluted with GU worms, and also sealed the true advantage of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, the primeval essence recovery speed is still preserved. The longer the battle, the greater his advantage. Fang Yuan watched, sighing inwardly. With my current battle strength, it is not enough to defeat him. Fang Yuan admitted to this point. Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and 44% prime val essence. Even the B-grade talents Xiong Li, Xiong Lin and Xiong Jiang would be suppressed by Ning Bing if they fought together. It could be imagined that Fang Yuan's situation would be even more difficult than Xiong Li and the rest when facing Ning Bing alone. But, not being able to defeat you does not mean I cannot kill you. Fang Yuan laughed coldly as he thought of this. This was the wisdom accumulated from 500 years of experience. Even though they were somewhat similar shadows. But compared to him, this 100-year-old demon, Ning Bing was only a little demon that was prematurely matured by cruel fate. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,